Chapter 91. An adult barbarian's strength was around 12 points. After leveling up, the best barbarian berserker's strength was around 18 points. The ogre set had limited effects on them, but it was effective on normal humans. It could be sold for a good price. The ogre heart could also be used to make magic potions, but Hathaway couldn't make them. Here are some demon materials. Claws of claw demons. Deal with them as you see fit. Su-Len took out various materials from his storage space. Wait, how many materials do you have? Did you rob the Marquis of the North's treasury? There are so many materials. Seeing Su-Len taking out materials, Hathaway widened her eyes in shock. Although the materials in front of her weren't particularly precious, they were worth at least 50,000 kinnar. How many monsters did he have to kill to earn that much? She thought about how she was almost ambushed by the mountain bear when she was looking for materials. She was almost buried in the wilderness. In the end, Su-Len took out so many magic materials so easily. It was too much of a blow. There are so many materials. Are you trying to exploit me like I'm your coolie? If you don't want to, I'll take them away, Su-Len said with a smile. Don't even think about it. Now that they're here, they're mine. Hathaway snapped her fingers, then controlled the magician's hand to put the items away. Take out everything else, Hathaway said after putting the items away. Oh, right. I have a leaf from the wisdom tree. Su-Len took out the wisdom tree leaf that he had obtained last time. What? A leaf from the wisdom tree? After seeing the leaf in Su-Len's hand, Hathaway immediately pounced over and hugged Su-Len. She reached out to take the leaf. Su-Len only felt a ball of soft meat pouncing on him, and a pleasant fragrance wafted to the tip of his nose. Foul! You're crashing into me. Didn't you think I was exploiting you just now? Su-Len flipped his palm and put the wisdom tree leaf into his storage space. Where are the leaves of the tree of wisdom? Let me see. Hathaway grabbed Su-Len's hand and asked. Is it important to you? Su-Len's eyes lit up. Very important, very important. Hathaway nodded like a chick pecking rice. I see. Su-Len nodded. When he saw Hathaway hanging on his body, he said decisively, no. You. Hathaway glared at Su-Len angrily. Her chest swelled with anger, making her look fierce. What about me? I'm your employer. Hathaway seemed to have thought of something. She gritted her teeth and whispered into Su-Len's ear, why don't I marry you and you give me the leaves of the wisdom tree? Get up first. Su-Len lifted Hathaway's tie and lifted her off his body. What do you want the leaves of the wisdom tree for? You'll give it to me if I tell you. Hathaway said angrily. Don't talk about conditions. Slap. Su-Len slapped Hathaway's perky butt. He had wanted to do it for a long time and finally found the chance. Hathaway looked at Su-Len with a wronged expression. She then pouted and said, the leaves of the wisdom tree can be used to make an awakening potion. It can increase my spirit and speed up the recovery of my mana. There are no side effects at all. I see. Then you can make it. Su-Len nodded and took out the leaves of the wisdom tree. Seeing the leaves of the wisdom tree, Hathaway immediately took it and stared at it with glowing eyes. How many bottles of awakening potion can be made with this leaf? One leaf can only make one bottle. Also, you can't just use the leaves of the wisdom tree to make the awakening potion. You need other ingredients. Luckily, although the other ingredients are expensive, they are not too rare. I have them all. With this awakening potion, I can become an intermediate wizard. Hathaway said excitedly. Not bad. I'm a man of my word. Hathaway did not want to waste any more time. After she chased Su-Len out of the lab, she immediately began to make the awakening potion. After leaving Hathaway's lab, Su-Len continued to instruct the slaves to build the aqueduct. After finishing his work for the day, Su-Len habitually came to the pub for a drink. As soon as he sat in front of the bar counter, Manager Wright whispered to Su-Len, Monsignor, a strange person came to the pub today. Really? How so? Sullen's heart skipped a beat and asked. I don't know, but I have a feeling that this person is not simple, Wright said in a troubled tone. Sulen took a sip of wine and asked, where is he? The corner by the window on the left, Wright said. Go get me another glass of wine. Sulen looked in that direction and saw a man in his 30s sitting in the corner. He then turned his head and said to Wright. Monsignor, please wait for a second. Wright quickly brought over a glass of wine. A familiar prompt sounded in Sulen's ears, congratulations, host. A wandering hero has appeared in your tavern. You can try to recruit him. Pub, currently one wandering hero. Taking the glass handed over by Leiter, Sulen picked up the glass and walked towards that person. New here? Sulen put the glass in front of the man and sat across him. Yes. The man turned his head and glanced at Sulen. At this time, Sulen realized that the man in front of him was blind in one eye. Try this rum. It tastes pretty good. Sulen gestured to him. Thank you, the man said coldly after taking a sip. I am the lord of this territory. Are you interested in joining my territory? Sulen continued, not minding his cold tone. You are the lord. Hearing Sullen's words, the man looked at Sulen seriously. Yes, why is there someone else pretending to be me? I heard that the lord of this territory is very powerful. I want to compete with you. If I lose, I will join your territory. The man nodded and said. You want to compete with me? Sulen looked at the man in front of him with interest. Yes. Okay, then come with me. Sulen led the man out of the pub and walked to the military camp's field. By the way, what is your name? Harrison. The two soon arrived at the field. Sulen stood in the middle and waved at Harrison, indicating that he could attack. Harrison did not hold back. He pulled out his sword and rushed over to Sulen with a sweep. Sulen blocked it with his spear easily. Harrison was not surprised. He followed the momentum and cut down at Sullen's finger. Sulen smiled. He shook his spear and pushed Harrison's sword away. Then, he swept over. The battle was without suspense. Harrison was no match for Sulen at all. P.S. Thank you to Longxian, WZ11114, and NetDreamer for the 100 starting point coins. Floating Dream thanks you. Chapter 92. After trying a few times, Harrison realized that he couldn't hurt Sulen at all. After understanding the difference between him and Sulen, he simply admitted defeat. Since you have admitted defeat, then join my territory, Sulen said as he put away his spear. Ding! Wandering hero Harrison requests to join your force. Do you accept? Accept. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a hero. 1 silver treasure chest is rewarded. Name, Harrison, loyalty, 75 profession, Silver Eagle swordsman level, knight strength, 16 dexterity, 17 spirit, 11 constitution, 16 charm, 10 command, 75 features, talent intermediate tenacity, robust, intimidation, strong will, courage, vigor, dexterity, vigilance, discipline. Retired officer, he used to be an officer in the army of the Kingdom of Florence, command +2, discipline +4, veteran, he has experienced many cruel battles and survived successfully. He is an elite warrior, will +2, skills, Silver Eagle swordsmanship, Crusader swordsmanship, combo slash, triple slash, tackle, shield bash, air combo slash, defensive block, dual wielding weapon, detection, combat slash, interrogation. Weapon proficiency, swordsmanship 145, shield 130, spear 135, horsemanship 130, bow 88, throwing 82. This is an excellent officer. He had to escape and become a mercenary because he was inadvertently involved in the political struggle of the upper nobles. You need to pay him a reward every month. Officer. After seeing Harrison's attributes, Sulen thought that he was very suitable to be the sheriff of the territory. Although his strength was not outstanding, as a hero, as long as he was willing to spend time, his strength would steadily improve. Now that the territory and the Chamber of Commerce were trading, many mercenaries and guards came to Sullen's town. Although the town became more prosperous, it also caused the security of the territory to deteriorate. He was going to appoint a sheriff to manage the town's security and punish those who violated the rules. Harrison's appearance just satisfied Sullen's requirements. "Welcome to the North Castle," Sulen said with a smile. "It's an honor to serve you," Harrison said with a knight's salute. Sulen opened his storage space and opened the silver treasure chest. A burst of spiritual light dissipated, and 2 pieces of tempered steel appeared in his storage. After that, Sulen appointed Harrison as the security officer of Northtown Castle and formed a security team. The members of the security team were selected from the mercenaries and trained in the military camp for a period of time. The mercenaries Sulen had hired in the past had all settled down here. A few of them had even brought their lovers over to live here. Harrison recruited 30 security officers and formed a security team. Of course, the strength of these vigilantes wasn't high. Even after undergoing military training, their strength was only at the level of knight squires. Only a few of them had reached the level of novice knight. Their professions changed from mercenaries to soldiers. North Fortress Recruits, North Fortress Guards, North Fortress Elite Guards, North Fortress Elite Guards, North Fortress Iron Eagle Guards. Compared to a powerful race like the barbarians, human soldiers were much weaker. The elite guards were only at the level of knights. Moreover, the cost of training a soldier wasn't small. In addition, they had to pay extra. The North Fortress guards were paid 2 kinnar, while the elite guards were paid 5 kinnar. Similarly, Sullen's barbarian guards also had to be paid. When the territory was first developed, Sulen promised that as long as the territory was developed successfully, he would give them the status of free people. Therefore, Sulen didn't have to pay those barbarians for a period of time. However, once the territory was on the right track, he had to pay them. According to the system's standards, the barbarian warriors weren't cheap. Of course, compared to their strength, it was still worth it. After all, they couldn't be hired in the human world with hundreds of kinnar. The security team was set up and trained by Harrison. Sulen marked out an area in the town as the official residence of the security department. At the same time, he also asked the blacksmith to make special weapons for them. The security department's jurisdiction was within the territory, and the security team were all humans. They didn't have the strong bodies of the barbarians. Most of the people they faced were thieves or mercenaries who violated the rules of the territory. They didn't need the heavy armor and giant axes of the barbarians. The security team was equipped with light armor and chain mail. Their weapons were also long swords. Although these weren't the best, they were enough to deal with the guards and mercenaries of the caravans. Security Department, a simple security official's residence. This is the headquarters to protect the safety of the territory and fight crime. Security +5, popular +3, law +3, with the establishment of the security department, the prison was also built. Unlike the security department, the prison had to be rebuilt. After all, a prison was different from a normal house. The good thing was that the prison didn't need to be too big. Those who committed the most heinous crimes would be sentenced to death. Only those who committed less serious crimes would be locked up there. Under Sullen's mud-to-stone spell, the construction was completed very quickly. Prison, you should be glad that you're only locked up. You still have a chance to change. Reformation +10, Life of Repentance +10, Indestructible +10, Psychological Deterrence +10, Prosperity -1, Security +5, Criminality -2, Law +2. After the prison was completed, it was recognized by the system. Sulen specially brought a few humans in to inspect it. As soon as they entered the prison, they felt that the atmosphere was oppressive. It didn't feel good, as if there were invisible things staring at them all the time. At the same time, it reminded them of the things that they regretted in the past. It definitely wouldn't feel good to stay in there for a long time. However, it was the best place to lock up criminals. This place was used to lock up criminals, not for them to go on vacation. After touring the prison, the faces of the few humans behind them were a little pale. When they came out, they looked at the prison with fear in their eyes. Obviously, the prison had left a very shocking impression on them. These two guys would probably involuntarily think of the prison whenever they wanted to commit a crime in the future. Most likely, they would be honest. With the expansion of the town, the number of residents and officials in the town would increase in the future. With that, all kinds of crimes would definitely increase, especially the corruption of officials. In Sullen's plan, this place was to encourage business. When the time came, there would definitely be officials who couldn't help but take advantage of the situation. This was the real world, not a game. Those officials weren't NPCs and wouldn't make mistakes. Sulen was considering whether to let the residents and officials experience the prison every once in a while. Judging from the behavior of the few humans just now, this prison was still very intimidating to criminals. Of course, in addition to the prison, Sulen would also make strict laws and supervision departments. Chapter 93. After the police department was established, they caught a few drunken mercenaries causing trouble on the streets on the first day. They were then thrown into jail by the police. After they sobered up, they were handcuffed and sent to clean the streets or to do manual labor. With the existence of the Public Security Bureau, the security of the territory suddenly became a lot better. During this time, Sulen had purposely spread the news to the other provinces in the north. Many civilians who wanted to own a piece of land knew about the Northgard fortress. However, due to the distance, they could not cross the wilderness even if they wanted to, unless they were escorted along the way. In order to attract more people, Sulen made an agreement with the merchants that came here to trade. He asked the merchants to bring along civilians who were willing to come here every time they came here. Of course, in order to make the merchants do their best, he specifically asked that only civilians who brought along more than 50 people were qualified to participate in the sugar trade. Of course, this would make the merchants unhappy, so Sulen compensated them by giving them a kinnar reward for every person they brought along. It did not cost them much to bring the civilians along. Other than being responsible for some security issues, they were responsible for their own food and lodging. They could also use their spears to defend against monsters when they encountered them. After some consideration, the merchants agreed. From the second month onwards, the population of the territory began to slowly increase. The local lords did not care much about the loss of the civilians. After all, the people who left were all homeless. If they stayed, the city could not provide enough jobs for them. These people could only steal to survive. Or they could become mercenaries. To be honest, mercenaries did not have a good reputation. Many mercenaries were part-time robbers in the wilderness. Some mercenaries would even attack their clients directly. After they did it, they would move to another place. Therefore, most merchants would have their own guards and mercenaries. Therefore, the lords would not stop the refugees from leaving. Instead, they would clap their hands and welcome them. When the refugees came to Sulen's territory, they were as poor as a church mouse. Sulen would not be kind enough to directly distribute land to them. There was a saying in his previous life that went like this: a small amount of kindness was a small amount of hatred. If Sulen directly distributed land, houses, and food to them, these people would probably think that these things were what they deserved. Once Sulen stopped providing them with help, they would even think that Sulen owed them. Therefore, Sulen didn't plan to do this at all. From the beginning, he planned to use work as a form of relief for these people. In any case, there were many people in the territory who needed to work, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to arrange for these people. Sulen would let these people work and pay them wages. They could also rent houses in the territory. Of course, they had to pay rent. The rent would not be very high, but it was necessary. When they went out to work, they would be given 2 meals. In this era, other than the nobles, the commoners only had 2 meals a day. The territory did not keep idle people. The civilians who came with the caravan were a mix of good and bad. Some of them knew their place, while others were idling around. Su Len did not need to do anything for these people. He just threw them to the kobold or knoll supervisors, and the supervisors would teach them a good lesson. These people would work in the territory for 3 months, and then they would be qualified to buy houses and land, or the right to reclaim wastelands. Reclaiming wastelands here needed to be reported in advance. As long as one paid a kinnar, they could get the right to reclaim 10 acres of wastelands. These 10 acres of land would be tax-exempt for 3 years. After 3 years, the tax would return to normal. Houses could be rented, and if one had the money, they could also buy them. Therefore, in Su Len's territory, as long as one worked hard, they would live and get better and better. These people who lived at the bottom of the food chain worked hard more often than not, but they could not even afford to eat and wear. With the addition of population, the territory became more and more lively. In addition to white sugar, the rum in Su Len's territory also began to be sold. This kind of refreshing and sweet rum became very popular as soon as it appeared. Therefore, several chambers of commerce were fighting for a share of the rum's sales. Because rum was brewed from waste honey, the cost of production was not high. In order to sell it at a high price, Su Len made a new packaging for the high-quality rum. Because of the growth of the territory's population, Su Len built a glass factory by the Red Sand River. He used the river sand to calcine the glass. At first, he was worried that the quality of the calcined glass would not be good. He did not expect Hathaway to be so good at making glass. Thinking about it, as an intermediate alchemist, making glass was too easy for them. With Hathaway's guidance, Su Len's glass factory successfully produced qualified glass. After the packaging, the price of rum naturally increased. However, rum was not irreplaceable like white sugar. Therefore, Su Len wanted to let the chambers of commerce help to sell it, but he still had to pay a lot of price. However, these efforts were rewarded. Soon, the rum would become another important source of income for the territory. The glass factory was handed over to Chris to manage. Su Len found something interesting. Chris was actually a management genius. As long as she managed something, there would not be any mistakes. Therefore, Su Len planned to learn management from Chris. However, after seeing Chris's management methods, he directly gave up. There was no other way, this was a matter of talent. As long as Chris used her advanced charm, basically everyone would become her lackeys. Those people worked as hard as if they had been injected with chicken blood. If Su Len was a little black-hearted, he would not even give them a salary. After seeing Chris's management methods, Su Len directly gave up. He could not learn the advantage of talent unless he was willing to cross-dress and get an advanced charm talent. Hathaway had been cooped up in the lab all this time. She only appeared for a short while to bake the glass. Now, she was completely focused on making the awakening potion. She did not make any of the magic items that Su Len asked her to make. Fortunately, the awakening potion was finally completed. The awakening potion was stored in a magic crystal bottle. This kind of magic crystal bottle was specially used to store advanced magic potions. As long as the bottle was not opened, the potion inside could be perfectly stored for about 500 years. The awakening potion was a blue-purple translucent liquid. The inside of the liquid was like a starry night sky, constantly flashing with spiritual light. It looked very beautiful, and the attributes of the potion were very powerful. Awakening potion, using the leaves of the wisdom tree as the main ingredient, meticulously made into a magical potion. After use, will +4, elemental affinity +2, mana recovery effect permanently increased by 30%. Side effects, none, this potion was completely for wizards. It could even change the physique of a normal person, allowing them to learn magic. P.S. Thank you to Qing Ji and 2 other book friends for their 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Chang E's Ho E, Mature and Steady, Jessa 1111, and book friend 1612200050555989 for their 100 Qidian coins tip. Chapter 94. Hathaway needed a quiet environment to take the potion, so Sulen specially prepared a quiet room for everyone in the castle. He also arranged some barbarian guards to stand guard outside. Hathaway's advancement went smoothly. Sulen could clearly feel the elemental energy in the surroundings gathering towards the room. After about 3 hours, the situation finally calmed down. After another 2 hours, the tightly shut door opened. Hathaway walked out of the room with a face full of joy. When she saw Sulen and Chris, she immediately jumped towards them in excitement. "I did it! I'm an intermediate wizard now." Hathaway hugged the two of them and yelled in excitement. It took a while for her to calm down. Sulen also opened Hathaway's status window to check. Name, Hathaway, loyalty, 95 profession, wizard, alchemist rank, intermediate wizard, intermediate warlock, intermediate alchemist strength, 13 agility, 12 will, 23 vitality, 15 charm, 23 command, 30 characteristics, talents intermediate elemental affinity, strengthened will, focus, strengthened sense, energy control, bloodline awakening, intelligence, mana regeneration skills, magic trick, magician's hand, illuminate, hypnosis, charm person, arcane missile, grease, shield, featherfall, web, burning hand, acid arrow, invisibility, scorching ray, protective arrow, intermediate alchemy, potency, elemental resistance, fly, fireball, lightning, summon magic creature, freeze, abilities, combat casting, proficient casting, rapid casting, meditation, magic talent, spell maximization weapon proficiency, sword weapon 60, staff 95, horsemanship 107. Note: a wizard's research costs a lot of money. You need to pay her every month. This time, not only did her wizard profession level up, but her sorcerer profession also leveled up. The power of her bloodline had improved her physical fitness, and her will had improved the most. It had increased by 5 points, 4 of which were from the awakening potion, and the other one should be from her advancement. At the same time, her talents and skills had also changed. Her elemental affinity had leveled up to intermediate elemental affinity, and she also gained mana regeneration. Mana regeneration was the effect of the awakening potion. Some of those spells were not learned before because of her strength, and some were obtained through the further awakening of her warlock bloodline. Sulen rubbed Hathaway's head and messed up her wine-red hair. "All right, the advancement is complete. Hurry up and make those magic items." Well, in the past, it was at most. But now it has become people. He had completed the leap from C to D. Hathaway escaped from Sullen's clutches and hid behind Chris. "Sister Chris, look at this greedy face of the nobles. I just advanced and they can't wait to exploit me." Chris smiled and said, "All right, it won't be too late to do it after you've rested. There's no rush to make those things." "All right." Sulen shrugged. After becoming an intermediate wizard, Hathaway was more familiar with making magic items. It only took her 2 days to make a leather armor and a cloak. These 2 magic items were made from the skin of the Gale tiger. They looked good. Cloak, unnamed intermediate magic item. Material, Gale tiger skin. Defense +3. Warmth. Additional spells, lesser haste 1 time per day, featherfall 1 time per day, disguise 1 time per day. Lesser haste, after activation, increase speed by 20%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Featherfall, after activation, reduce body weight. Won't be hurt when falling from a high place. Lasts for 10 minutes. Disguise, after activation, become one with the surroundings. Won't be easily discovered. Movement will lose effect. Lasts for 1 hour. Leather armor, unnamed, intermediate magic item, material, Stormwind tiger hide, defense +8, movement flexibility, additional effect, reduce magic damage received by 10%, additional effect, increase strength 1/day, haste 1/day. Lesser haste, after activation, increase strength by 3. Lasts for 10 minutes. Lesser haste, after activation, increase movement speed by 20%. Lasts for 10 minutes. The 2 magic items were not bad. The cloak was more suitable for scouts, and the 3 additional spells were very practical. The leather armor was for warriors on the battlefield, and after wearing it, it would not affect ordinary equipment. Take this leather armor for example. Barbarians could wear a half-body armor on top of it. This would allow them to display the effects of leather armor and also gain the defense of iron armor. Similarly, after wearing a cloak, they could also wear a chainmail and leather armor underneath. As for why they didn't choose iron armor, it was because the scouts wore heavy iron armor. Not bad. Let's make it according to these 2 items. Sulen checked the 2 magic items. He was very satisfied with them. I've calculated the Gale tiger skin you gave me. I can make 6 cloaks and 10 leather armors. The rest can be cut into a few blank magic scrolls. If you agree, I'll make it according to this plan. Hathaway handed a blueprint to Sulen. Let's do it according to your plan. Sulen casually glanced at it and agreed. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. I can also make the materials from the ogres. Hathaway said proudly. Her expression was as if she was asking for praise. Good job. Sulen praised. After nearly 2 months of construction, the water supply system in the territory was finally about to be completed. There was a 4-kilometer-long elevated aqueduct, 4 30-meter-tall water wheels standing on both sides of the Red Sand River, and a reservoir that could hold 1,000 cubic meters of water. Such a reservoir could easily satisfy the water needs of a city with tens of thousands of people. The water supply pipes in the territory were made of pottery. Sulen used mud to stone to connect the pipes. The water supply pipes would be connected to each house in the territory. The water pipes in the houses were made of iron. The ancient Romans disliked iron because it would rust, so they used lead to make water pipes. As a result, the pipes didn't rust, but the ancient Romans were poisoned by lead. Although this wasn't the direct cause of the fall of the ancient Roman Empire, drinking water with excessive lead for a long time would cause the people's health and fertility to decline. Ding! The city water supply system is complete. City water supply system: a water wheel is used to lift water, an elevated aqueduct is connected, a large reservoir is filtered, precipitated, and disinfected. Ceramic and iron pipes are used for water supply. Water supply plus 15, cleanliness plus 15, durability plus 20, city beauty plus 10, people's sentiment plus 2, public security plus 1, prosperity plus 5. A good water supply will make the people living here feel more at home. A clean and convenient water supply will make the city more prosperous. Chapter 95. After the water supply system was built, the town's public facilities needed to be built as well. Fountains, public bathrooms, and other things had to be built. Since they had decided to expand the town, the bathrooms would be built outside the town. The 500-meter-long town was divided into the Lord's residential area. Other than Sulen's castle, this was where the Lord's guards and their families lived. After the outer city was built, the entire place would be moved to the outer city. The new city wall was 1 kilometer long and 4 kilometers in total. It was considered a small town. The original city wall became the inner city. In order to build the outer city, Sulen brought the barbarian guards to the wilderness to capture a large number of slaves. In fact, after their continuous patrols, there were very few goblins, kobolds, and gnolls around the territory. Although these creatures were not very smart, they knew to avoid dangerous areas. Sulen's territory was now a dangerous area for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls. If they wanted to capture slaves, they would have to go to places further away from the territory. After wiping out a few goblin and kobold tribes, the number of slaves in the territory broke through to 2,000. Sulen didn't intend to use mud to rock for the construction of the outer city wall, mainly because it was too much work. In Sulen's plan, the height of the wall was 10 meters and the thickness was 4 meters. If he relied on himself to cast mud to rock for such a large amount of work, it was estimated that he would have to do it thousands of times. Therefore, Su Luan was going to build with bricks and stones. For a long time, the territory would be in a period of development and construction, so there would be a lot of bricks and stones needed. Su Luan was going to build a brick kiln factory in the territory to make bricks and stones for the territory. With the sugar trade, the territory would have a stable source of income. Su Len once again sent Xian to the northern cities to buy slaves to increase the population of the territory. Now, there were more than 1,000 human slaves in the territory, and there were more than 300 refugees who came with the caravans. The population of Sulan's territory had reached more than 1,700 people. It was not difficult to transfer some people to build a brick kiln. Su Len was in a good mood during this time. With money, the construction of the territory sped up a lot. After fooling around with Chris last night, he was full of energy when he woke up in the morning. However, his good mood didn't last long. A soldier from the security team rushed over on horseback. The bad news made his face turn gloomy. Last night, 3 fishermen were killed at the harbor. Upon hearing the news, Sulan's good mood immediately dissipated. He walked towards the port with a gloomy face. The dead were slaves bought by Su Len. These slaves' job was to fish. Because the territory had been cleaned up so many times, the area around the town had become very safe. In addition, there were 2 rivers at the port. Goblins and kobolds couldn't pass through, and gnolls hated water, so the slaves would stay near the port at night for the convenience of their work. At night, they would rest on the fishing boats. Every 3 to 5 days, they would return to the shore to rest and replenish their daily necessities. In fact, these fishermen were ranked at the top in terms of points. The various types of fish caught in the harbor were the main source of meat for the territory. Because the bison needed to be farmed, they were no longer slaughtered. The spotted antelope had also begun to try to domesticate and breed them. Before they succeeded, they would no longer slaughter them. The source of meat in the territory had decreased by a lot. Now that 3 fishermen had died suddenly, the other fishermen would definitely worry about their own safety. When Su Len arrived, there were already many people gathered around. Seeing the Lord coming, the people around all moved aside. Sheriff Harrison came up to greet him. Looking at the crowd, Su Len frowned. Sheriff Harrison quickly yelled at the crowd, "Other than the fishermen, everyone else return to their posts immediately. Violators will clean the public toilets for 3 days." Hearing the sheriff's yell, the crowd scattered immediately. Su Len followed Harrison to the harbor. There were 3 stretchers at the harbor. The bodies had been fished out after they were found. When were they found? What's the cause of death? Have you found any clues? Su Luan came to the side of the corpse, and a soldier quickly lifted the linen covering it. "Monsignor," Harrison replied. "The other fishermen reported to us this morning after they found a few missing people. After some searching, we found them. These bodies should have been dragged into the water and drowned by the senior. Look, there are many signs of entanglement on their bodies. Their faces are purple." As a veteran with investigative skills, Harrison could still determine the cause of death of these people. These people were suddenly attacked in their sleep. The enemy they met was very strong. The 3 of them could not fight back at all. After they died, the murderer even dug out their hearts. Preliminary judgment is that the murderer is not human. It should be a kind of monster in the water. The 3 victims were all adults. Because there was enough food and the bodies of these slaves were not weak, they were killed before they could even fight back. Clearly, the murderer who attacked them was very strong. Ding! Triggered mission. Host, please resolve the danger in the river as soon as possible. Did you find anything on the fishing boats? Su Len asked after checking the 3 bodies. The 3 fishing boats are slightly damaged. There's also a lot of mucus on the fishing boats. Let's go take a look. The few of them came to the fishing boats at the harbor. The fishing boats had already been towed to the shore. The 3 fishing boats were slightly damaged. There was a kind of translucent mucus in many places. The mucus was very smooth and had a fishy smell. Clearly, the murderer was a creature in the river. A monster in the water. Could it be murlocs? Su-Len said with a frown. But murlocs lived by the sea. This place was at least a few hundred kilometers away from the sea. Why would those murlocs come here to kill people? No, judging from the bodies of these people, they were probably dragged into the water by tentacles. Murlocs do not have tentacles. Su-Len quickly thought. Where were the bodies found? Su-Len continued asking. Harrison brought Su-Len to a bend in the river and pointed at a patch of seaweed. In a patch of seaweed. When they were found, the 3 bodies were all wrapped up in seaweed. Soon, the few of them arrived. As expected, there was a lot of mucus on the seaweed. Su-Len and the others continued to search around and expanded the search area. Not long after, one of the soldiers found a new clue. Monseigneur, there's mucus here too. Su-Len went to check it out. There was also a lot of mucus on the seaweed. Following that, the group continued to search along the mucus. More and more clues were found. The group continued to follow the clues. After searching for half an hour, there was no other discovery ahead. The group shifted the main search area to this body of water. P.S. Thank you to Say Loneliness to Loneliness for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Jining for the 500 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Heavy Dragon Rider for your 200 Chidian coins tip, Eat Well Co for your 1000 Chidian coins tip, Heshipang for your 100 Chidian coins tip, Old Cat for your 233 Chidian coins tip, and Chang Izhoi for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 96. After searching for a while, they didn't find anything. Su-Len frowned and looked for a long time. He had no choice but to put the matter aside for now. He turned to Harrison and said, "Give all the fishermen weapons. Also, from today onwards, all the fishermen are to return to the city to spend the night. No one is allowed to rest outside the city at night." "Yes," Harrison replied. It was already noon. The sun was about to rise to the highest point in the sky. The sun shone on the water, making it sparkle. Suddenly, Su-Len saw a huge shadow emerging from the bottom of the water. "Get out of there!" Su-Len took a few steps forward and shouted at the soldiers who were looking for clues on the water. Hearing Su-Len's warning, the soldiers didn't even look back. They hurriedly paddled to the shore. Ding! Discovered water monster. Host, please deal with it as soon as possible. The shadow under the water grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the monster rushed out of the water. Under the sun, Su-Len saw the monster clearly for the first time. It was a monster with a few huge tentacles. The monster had 4 limbs like a human, but below the joints of the limbs were fish-like fins. The head looked very ugly, and the body of the monster was huge. Those tentacles were at least 8 or 9 meters long. After seeing the fishing boats, it swam directly toward them. Although the water monster was huge, it was very fast in the water. In a breath's time, it was about to catch up with the fishing boat at the back. The shockingly long tentacles flew toward the fishing boat quickly. As long as the soldiers on the boat were caught by the tentacles, they would be easily pulled into the water. Whoosh! Just then, a long spear flew over and pierced the tentacle of the water monster. The tentacle was knocked away. However, for some reason, the long spear didn't pierce the tentacle. Instead, it slid to the side. The soldiers who escaped the disaster quickly left the area of the water monster. The attacked water monster roared at Su-Len. In the next second, a few green water pillars that were 10 meters long rushed towards Su-Len. F***CK, is this an acid arrow? Seeing the acid arrow rushing toward him, Su-Len couldn't help but say. A normal acid arrow was only about half a meter long, but the one in front of him was more than 10 times longer. Profound Ice Slash. A chilling aura emanated from Su-Len's body, and 3 ice blades were instantly summoned. Then, under Su-Len's control, the surrounding water instantly turned into ice. Then, with a flick of his spear, a huge ice shield appeared in front of him, blocking the acid arrow. The acid arrow hit the ice shield and splashed everywhere. The surrounding reeds and water plants instantly withered and turned black. Even the soil turned black. The ice shield was hit and cracks quickly appeared like a spider web. However, it was frozen again by Sullen's cold air. With a flick of his spear, the massive ice shield was instantly shattered. Countless ice shards scattered in all directions, reflecting a five-colored light under the sunlight. Sulen did not hesitate. The chilling aura emanating from his body grew even colder and one ice blade after another swiftly appeared before slashing towards the water Yao. The ice blade flew across the surface of the river, freezing the water surface in its path. In the blink of an eye, 3 ice paths had appeared on the surface of the river. The water Yao raised a huge wave with its tentacles and rushed towards the 3 ice blades. The ice blades collided with the huge wave and the huge wave turned into an ice mountain. Then, the next side was smashed by the waves behind it. Sullen's body flashed and directly rushed towards the 3 ice paths on the river. In a breath's time, he was in front of the water Yao. Seeing that Sulen dared to rush over, the water Yao became even angrier. 6 of its tentacles whipped towards Sulen. Sullen's spear swept across and the 6 tentacles were swept away. However, Sulen felt as if he had missed his target. It was very uncomfortable. After the tentacles were sent flying, the water Yao circled around and whipped towards Sulen again. Sulen roared and exerted force with his feet. The ice path instantly collapsed. Sulen jumped a few meters into the air and swept towards the water Yao. Bang! The water Yao's huge body was sent flying a few meters away by Sullen's attack. This time, he finally saw that the water Yao's body was wrapped in a layer of transparent liquid. It was also because of this layer of liquid that Sullen's attacks were dodged. The water Yao's body flew out and smashed into the water with a bang. Although most of the force had been neutralized, the water Yao still cried out in pain. The stimulation of the pain made the water Yao even more confused. The water Yao waved its tentacles and attacked Sulen continuously. Huge waves several meters high rose from the surrounding river. Fortunately, the fishing boats had already gone far away. Otherwise, under such huge waves, the boats would have been destroyed and the people on board would have died instantly. Sullen's body was getting colder and colder. The ice under his feet stood firm under the huge waves. Mystic Ice Slash. The 3 ice blades froze the huge waves. Sulen exerted force with his feet and jumped high in an instant, dodging the huge waves that came crashing down from below. His 29 points of agility made his body very agile. With the help of the floating ice on the river, Sulen directly jumped onto the water Yao's tentacles. Lightning Spear. Rays of blue lightning appeared on the surface of Sullen's body. The lightning on the spear in his hand kept flashing. After a few leaps, Sulen arrived in front of the water Yao. After realizing that Sulen was close to it, the water Yao frantically tried to wrap its tentacles around him. However, in the face of the alternating lightning and ice, all the tentacles were paralyzed the moment they came into contact with the ice. The paralyzing effect of the lightning slowed down the water Yao's reaction speed by a few beats. By the time the tentacles broke free from the ice, Sulen had already rushed over. Mystic Ice Slash. Sulen didn't give it a chance to fight back. The chill in his body instantly broke out, and he continuously released a series of black ice chops. In the blink of an eye, the chilling ice blades swept across and froze the surrounding river. Numerous black ice blades converged, and a huge iceberg appeared on the surface of the river. But the huge water monster couldn't resist and was frozen. The iceberg sparkled under the sun. In the light blue iceberg, a water Yao that was about 4 meters tall was frozen with a frightened expression. Several of its long tentacles were also frozen. The soldiers who had just come ashore looked at Sulen with admiration. They had just faced the water Yao's ferocious power. However, they did not expect that the water Yao that they thought to be extremely powerful would be killed by Sulen so easily. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have killed the water Yao. You have received 13,252 experience points. The system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have leveled up. You have received 2 free attribute points. You have received 2 skill points. You have received 1 silver treasure chest. Ding! You have killed the water Yao. You have received a large amount of reputation. Your name has spread across the wasteland. Your soldiers are more supportive of you. Reputation +1. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the water Yao. Your territory's security +2. People's sentiment +5. Sulan did not open his status window to check. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to transport the huge ice block back to the port. P.S. Sacrificing 2 books. Potioneer. There are runes, magic, runes, alchemy, and magic engineering. This is an interesting world. Lord of Souls. Traversing through the boundless world, hiding the souls of 10,000 souls and merging into one's body. When Lincoln woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Chapter 97. Both the Red Sand River and the White Water River were rich in aquatic plants, and there were plenty of fish in both rivers. They could completely satisfy the demand for meat in the town. Currently, fishing was far more important than agriculture in Northgard Castle. Although 3 fishermen had died at the harbor last night, they still had to fish today. However, the territory gave each fisherman a weapon, and the fishermen were not allowed to act alone. After the weapons were distributed, the fishermen formed groups of 3 to 5 and went into the river to fish. Soon, the fishermen who had already caught some fish handed them in. The management office of the harbor would give them points according to the type and weight of the fish. After counting the fish that the fishermen handed over, the workers picked out the palm-sized fish and threw them into a fish pond not far away. The pond was more than 300 meters long and 50 meters wide. It used to be a depression, but Sulan had turned it into a fish pond. The pond was connected to the Red Sand River by 2 canals, and there was a small dam at both ends. A pond like this was perfect for raising the small fish caught by the fishermen. Look, what's that? An ice mountain? Is that the security team? At the harbor, everyone looked at the ice mountain that was slowly approaching. The ice mountain was tied up with ropes and was being dragged by a few small boats toward the harbor. Look, there's something in the ice mountain. A fisherman suddenly yelled as the ice mountain approached the harbor. There really is something in it. Soon, the ice mountain was dragged to the harbor. The people around began to discuss it. Get out of the way. The water monster inside is the murderer of the 3 fishermen last night. The Lord has already taken care of it. Now, you can all go back to work. With that, Harrison directed the soldiers to transport the huge block of ice into the town. Sulan had already left. Riding on his horse, Sulan opened his attribute window and added one of the 2 points he had just received to spirit and 1 to dexterity. Name, Sullen Race, Human Level, LV 20, 685440000, Strength, 37 Dexterity, 30 Spirit, 25 Constitution, 29 Charm, 19 Command, 63 Skills. Omitted, he opened his inventory and found the silver treasure chest that the system had rewarded him with. The monster this time wasn't very strong. The only problem was that the battle was in the water. Sullen's combat power underwater was only average. If the monster continued to hide underwater, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. On the surface of the water, Sulan would have to depend on the player's control. Mystic Ice Slash could create ice cubes to give him a foothold on the surface of the water. Thunderbolt Gun could paralyze monsters, and it was the paralysis effect of the Thunderbolt Gun that gave Sulan the opportunity to kill the enemy in 1 hit. He opened the silver treasure chest, and a flash of light appeared. Congratulations, host. You have opened the silver treasure chest and obtained the Iron Body Bow. Iron Body Bow, a bow forged with fine steel. The body of the bow is strong and has a long range. It is a rare bow. Requirement: Strength 17, Constitution 15. Bow range +3, bow power +2. Penetration: there is a 15% chance of penetration. After seeing the attributes of the bow, Sullen's eyes lit up. This bow was even stronger than the centaur longbow that Owen had given him. The centaur longbow was already a very powerful bow. However, although this bow was good, the requirement to use it was also very high. With 17 points of strength, it was impossible to draw the bow if one didn't have enough strength. Sulen took out the iron body bow and tried to draw it. The body of the bow was very flexible. The bowstring was also made of steel wire and animal tendons. Such an iron body bow was very powerful. After playing with the iron body bow for a while, Sulen suddenly thought of the problem he had with the archer squad. He didn't have any good wood to make a longbow, so he would try using this iron body bow. After returning to the town, Sulen first went to find Hathaway. The water monster just now was a demon, but he didn't know this kind of demon. He didn't know the materials on its body, so he planned to let Hathaway handle it. Hathaway had been staying in the laboratory all this time. A lot of materials needed to be processed by her. She was in a state of pain and joy. During this time, she had used more materials to make magic than before. She carefully used a carving knife to carve the claws of the claw demon. The claws of the claw demon were made of 3 metamorphosed bone structures. They were between 30 to 40 centimeters long, and the middle one was the longest. This was the most valuable part of the claw demon. The rest, such as the heart and demon skin, were not that valuable. The claws of the claw demon were natural enchanted weapons. They were harder than steel and very tough. More importantly, they had a natural armor-piercing effect. It was not easy to make them into magic weapons. Hathaway had to concentrate. After carving the last rune with the carving knife, Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the potion that she had already prepared. Hathaway poured the potion along the rune that she had previously engraved. She murmured as she poured the potion. A magical power gathered in the laboratory. Soon, this magical power was integrated into the claws of the claw demon under Hathaway's control. A light flashed, and then the light integrated into the claws of the claw demon and disappeared. At this time, the claws on the test bench had changed greatly. They had become a curved knife. The curved knife was about 35 centimeters long. After adding the handle, it was 50 centimeters long. The shape of the curved knife was more like the curved knives used by the desert people. The color of the blade was dim, and it seemed to be able to absorb light. It was very suitable for sneak attacks in the dark. Ding dong. At this time, the magic doorbell suddenly rang. Hathaway put down the empty bottle and got up to open the door. "Why are you here?" Seeing that it was Sulen, Hathaway opened the door and let Sulen in. "Can't I come?" Sulen walked into the laboratory and looked around. "Yes, my lord." Hathaway made a face at him and continued. "This is your new work." Sulen saw the curved knife on the table at a glance. After seeing that Hathaway agreed, he reached out and picked it up. "I just finished it." Sulen picked up the curved knife. Unexpectedly, the curved knife was very light. He waved it twice, and there was a burst of sharp wind. "It's a very good weapon," Sulen said. Although he did not use curved knives, he could still distinguish good and bad weapons. "Of course, I spent a lot of effort to make this curved knife," Hathaway said proudly with her chest out. Sure enough, she was a woman with 2 mountains. Curved knife, unnamed mid-level magic weapon, material, claw demon's claws. This is a well-made magic weapon. It cleverly uses the special characteristics of the claw demon's claws. It is a night killer. Sharpness +1, armor penetration +1, attack speed +1, tenacity +1. P.S. Thank you to Heshipeng for the 200 Qidian coins reward. Thank you to Longxian for the 500 Qidian coins reward. Thank you to Passion Juice for the 100 Qidian coins reward. Chapter 98. Do you have a name for this weapon? Sulen touched the blade of the scimitar. Hathaway tidied up the other things on the table and said without looking up, "Not yet. Do you have any suggestions? How about the blade of night?" "Sounds good." Sulen put down the scimitar and said, "How many scimitars like this do you have?" Hathaway crossed her arms in front of her chest and rolled her eyes at him. Then she said, "Do you think this is a potato? You can have as many as you want. Of the claws you provided, only 2 are suitable to make this scimitar. The rest can only be made into daggers. 2 are not bad." Sulen put the blade of night back and said, "By the way, I just killed a water monster in the Red Sand River. See if there are any materials that can be used." Water monster. Hearing Sulen's words, Hathaway's eyes lit up. "Where is it? Take me there. I've already arranged for someone to send it over." "It should be here by now," Sulen said with a smile. The two left the lab. After waiting for a few minutes, they finally saw a huge ice block being pulled over by 2 horses. Hathaway couldn't wait to run over. Arriving in front of the ice, Hathaway stuck close to the ice and looked inside. This is an adult dark-scaled water monster. Its corpse is surprisingly well preserved. "You recognize this monster?" Sulen stood next to her and asked. "Of course. This is the first time I've seen a dark-scale water monster. Send it to my lab later. I want to dissect it," Hathaway said excitedly. Sulen quietly stepped back. Looking at the excited Hathaway and the frozen body of the dark-scale water monster, he had already imagined a cute bear girl wearing a wizard's robe, holding all kinds of knives and scissors, and excitedly dissecting the monster. The image sent a chill down his spine. Hathaway didn't notice Sulen's gaze. She happily directed the others to push the ice blocks down and move them to the laboratory. "What's the use of this water monster?" Sulen asked curiously. "The biggest effect of this kind of water monster is that its heart can be used to make underwater breathing potions," Hathaway explained. Sulen was confused. Underwater breathing potion? This kind of potion isn't that precious, right? Why do you value it so much? This kind of underwater breathing potion is not as simple as you think. Ordinary underwater breathing potions have a time limit of about 3 hours. Good potions will last longer, but at most, it won't exceed 6 hours. However, the underwater breathing potion made from the heart of the dark-scale water monster is permanent. It's equivalent to permanently fixing the underwater breathing spell on your body. Enchantment? So powerful. Sulen looked at the corpse of the dark-scaled water monster in front of him in astonishment. The effect of this kind of enchantment was very rare. Generally, only powerful spellcasters or some powerful beings could cast it at great cost. For example, beings above the legendary level could choose to permanently spend some mana to enchant others with a spell effect. This kind of enchantment was not something close to them or something they couldn't refuse. Otherwise, very few legendary wizards would enchant others with a spell. After all, they would lose part of their power permanently. Or some demigod or god's blessing, which could enchant others with a spell effect. Very few gods would give blessings. Only some gods chosen could receive this treatment. Under normal circumstances, these blessings from gods were very powerful. To cast these enchantments, one had to be at least at the legendary level, and this dark-scaled water monster had such an effect. Of course, the enchantment of the dark-scaled water monster was very ordinary. It was far less powerful than the enchantments of powerful beings. However, the cost was low, and there were no side effects. Also, underwater breathing was very practical in many cases. In fact, there were still some enchantments in this world. The most famous enchantment was the magic tattoo craft. It was said that this enchantment was invented by the elves. This craft engraved magic tattoo on a person's body. This skill of engraving runes on the body was very powerful. There was a period of time when many wizards shaved off all their hair and engraved magic tattoo. At that time, the Red Robe wizards were the best at this technology. It was also at that time that wizards, regardless of gender, were all bald. However, although this technology was very powerful, it had limited room for growth. Engraving magic tattoo was very taxing on the human body, and it was very painful. Many people failed because they couldn't bear the pain. After all, humans were not a magical race. They were born with spells and had a strong resistance to all kinds of spells. In the end, this spell was very expensive and the engraving conditions were very harsh. Because of the low level of the spell, people rarely used it. It wasn't that no one wanted to use magic tattoo to engrave high-level spells, but the human body's skin was limited. It was said that the elves had more powerful magic tattoo technology. After handing the dark-scaled water monster's body to Hathaway, Su-Len left the lab. Just yesterday, the white marble he had mined in the Sierra de Lotus had been delivered back. The marble was very delicate and pure white. It was a precious stone in Kalt, not to mention in a place like the northern wasteland. Originally, he was going to build a bathroom in the Lord's mansion today. However, after the incident with the water monster, it took him more than half a day to get rid of the monster and deliver it to Hathaway. Now, he was going to hurry back and build a bathroom. Using marble to build a bathroom was something Su-Len had planned for a long time. The bathroom he built this time was the kind that could be used to swim in. He was even going to build a fountain in the bathroom. What kind of statue should he put in the fountain? Should he put a mermaid or something else? Su-Len hadn't decided yet. Su-Len's marble bathroom was a combination of ancient Roman and ancient Greek architectural styles. The function inside was modern, much better than the architectural style of this world. Even Su-Len planned to use this style for the public bathrooms in his territory. However, the material definitely wouldn't be marble. The water source for the bathroom was an underground hot spring that Su-Len had spent a lot of time using the underground spring spell to find. Then, he spent a lot of mana to divert the hot spring and guide it to the bathroom. The water temperature of the hot spring was about 60 degrees, which was just right. Moreover, Chris loved to soak in hot springs. The pipe led the hot spring water directly to the bathroom. The bathroom's pool was a type of running water. The water here was clean at all times. There were all kinds of reliefs on the walls of the bathroom. They were the work of several sculptors. These reliefs told all kinds of myths and stories. Some were of powerful creatures. The entire bathroom was built like a work of art. Chapter 99. Now that the bathhouse of the Lord's castle had been planned, all that was left was for the craftsmen to slowly build it. Su-Len planned to build a central square in his territory. In fact, when he first started building the city, Su-Len had already set aside a lot of space. In his vision, the city that belonged to him would be a splendid, magnificent, beautiful, and clean city. Roads, flower beds, and sidewalks were all necessary. The square also needed a large fountain. The average width of the city's roads was about 6 meters. 4 carriages could travel side by side. The roads in the port's business district were even wider. The roads were all paved with stones, and after being rolled back and forth by stone rollers, they were very sturdy. Drainage canals were specially dug on both sides of the roads. The entire city was planned to have a complete drainage system. These drainage canals would uniformly discharge the city's sewage into a specially built septic tank outside the city. The septic tank was far from the town. Su-Len planned to ferment the sewage and various kinds of feces here, and finally make them into fertilizer for the farms. Since the beginning of the city planning, Su-Len had never stopped the construction of roads. The roads in the town had been almost completed, and the newly built roads in the outer city were still under construction. Now the roads from the town to the port and the glass factory had been completed. However, compared to the roads in the town, these roads outside the town did not have drainage canals. The road that was being built now led to the brick factory. The city's future construction required a lot of bricks and stones, so this road had to be completed as soon as possible. At the construction site in the wilderness, a group of goblins and kobolds were working under the whips of the supervisors. The ground had been marked with white lines. The goblins and kobolds needed to dig half a meter deep in the white lines, and then fill it with soil to make it sturdy. Each layer needed to be rolled back and forth by a camel beast pulling a stone roller. When the ground was flat, they would continue to fill it with soil to make it sturdy. Finally, a layer of stones was laid on the road, and the camel beast pulled the heavy stone roller back and forth. In the end, the road built in this way was very sturdy and difficult to use. Although the construction site was busy, everything was in order. Chris had already divided all the work, and the slaves only needed to work step by step. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out in the wilderness. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a dog-headed man was bitten. The terrifying mouth opened like flower petals, and each petal was filled with sharp teeth. The dog-headed man was instantly shredded into mincemeat by the huge mouth. It's an Ankheg. The barbarian warrior immediately recognized the creature. The slaves were so frightened that they dropped their tools and ran for their lives. Two barbarian warriors tried to kill the Ankheg, but it quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. The two barbarian warriors immediately became alert and scanned the ground, trying to find traces of the Ankheg. At this moment, another scream rang out from not too far away. Another slave had been killed. The two barbarian warriors rushed over once more, but the Ankhegs were very cunning. They immediately hid themselves after landing a hit. The two barbarian warriors' faces darkened after seeing their slaves killed twice in a row right under their noses. They had failed in their duty to protect the slaves. The ground trembled slightly, and in the next second, a terrifying giant mouth suddenly appeared under the barbarian warriors' feet. However, the barbarian warrior's instinct to dodge was not something the goblins and kobolds could compare to. A second before the giant mouth opened, the barbarian was already prepared for it. At the same time, he swung his two-handed axe down. Poochie! Roar! Smelly blood splattered everywhere, and a miserable roar rang out. The barbarian's axe tore open a terrible wound on the Ankheg's terrifying mouth. The other barbarian also cooperated well. He swung his axe horizontally and left a huge wound on the Ankheg's body. A large piece of flesh near the Ankheg's mouth was shaved off, leaving a large hole in its mouth. Roar! The Ankheg tried to escape again after being heavily injured, but suddenly, a green liquid shot out from its terrifying mouth. The two barbarian warriors immediately dodged, and the acid landed on the ground with a sizzling sound. The ground and vegetation were all corroded black. With the help of the acid, the Ankheg managed to escape again. Ankhegs were social creatures, and right after the first one was severely injured, two more screams were heard from the surrounding wilderness. Two more slaves were killed. The surrounding slaves quickly fled in all directions. All slaves, retreat from this area. Don't move alone, they will attack anyone who strays from the group. Seeing two more Ankhegs appear, the barbarian warrior immediately ordered the slaves to leave the area. The surrounding slaves quickly ran away, and the situation became chaotic. At this moment, the Ankhegs attacked again. The two barbarian warriors were unable to save them in time. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, followed by a bright flash of a blade. The Ankhegs let out another miserable cry. Roar! The barbarian warrior let out a roar, and his body instantly grew several times larger. Green veins popped up on his thick arms, and his eyes became bloodshot. After activating Berserk, the barbarian warrior immediately charged towards the Ankheg. Berserk! The shadow immediately retreated a few steps after seeing the barbarian enter Berserk. It stared at the barbarian with a wary expression. Whirlwind Slash! The barbarian warrior's muscles bulged, and the bones in his body crackled. The heavy two-handed axe brought out a blade of air and chopped down on the Ankheg's head. The powerful force directly chopped off the Ankheg's head, and dark yellow blood spurted out. The large body of the Ankheg struggled for a few moments before collapsing to the ground. After killing the Ankheg, the barbarian warrior's muscles began to return to normal, and the red in his eyes also began to fade. Soon, the berserk state was dispelled. Another ankheg tried to escape, but another berserk barbarian caught it between the cracks of its shell. It tried to shrink back, but was unable to move because of the giant axe. Yellow blood gushed out, and the ankheg's resistance became weaker and weaker. It would not be long before it died. "Stranger, tell me what you want." The barbarian who was in berserk did not let down his guard because of the help just now. His eyes were fixed on the gray-robed figure. The figure looked thin, but was about 2 meters tall. His entire body was covered by a large robe, and even his face was covered. He looked very mysterious. Chapter 100. "Hello, I don't mean any harm. I'm just passing by and want to buy some supplies," a hoarse voice said. "You want to buy supplies? Who are you?" Sullen's voice came from behind. "Boss. Boss." The 2 barbarian warriors saluted. Suluan nodded at them and said, "Go and transport the bodies of the ankhegs back and gather the slaves back to work." The 2 barbarian warriors turned around and went back to work. "You're not human, are you?" Sulan looked at the man again. "Orc? Half-orc? Half-elf or some other race?" Sulan looked at the man in front of him and said, "But that has nothing to do with me. What do you want to buy?" "Food." "Food? The most precious things in the wasteland are weapons and food. Do you think I'd sell them to someone of unknown origin?" Sulan chuckled. "I can buy them with money," the hoarse voice said. "I don't need money." Sulan shook his head. "If you don't have a reason to move me, then goodbye." "Wait, what do you want?" The man hurriedly asked when he saw that Sulan was about to leave. "Looks like you're quite strong. You're a rogue, right?" "I need you to train some scouts for me," Sulan said, staring at him. The man was silent for a moment, then he continued, "You want me to train scouts for you? Nothing else?" "Of course. You're not worried about my identity?" "Who are you, a wanted criminal?" Sulan spread his hands and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is my territory. I call the shots." "All right, I promise. Now, can you tell me who you are?" Sulan asked. The man hesitated for a moment, then took off his hood, revealing his snow-white hair. Through the hair, Sulan saw his grayish-black skin, slightly red eyes, and pointy ears. "A drow?" Sulan said in surprise. Although the man's ears were pointy, they were obviously different from those of elves. "No. Half-drow." "Are you a half-drow?" Sulan asked. "You actually came to the surface? Are you still willing to hire me now?" the drow asked. "Are you a defector?" Sulan asked after sizing up the man. Most of the drows believed in the queen of spiders, Lolth, the god of conspiracy and fear. She was not a good person. Among the drows, the status of males was almost equivalent to that of slaves, while females were family members, and only female drows could become Loltha's priests. Every drow city would be divided into a dozen or more families according to blood relations, and then these families would plot and assassinate each other in order to gain Loltha's favor. And it wasn't just between families, it was the same within the family as well. Male drows, on the other hand, had very little magical talent, so their status was very low. Even if they died and entered Loltha's divine kingdom, they would become ugly spider monsters or wax demons. Therefore, it was not unusual for drow defectors to appear among the drow race. The half-drow nodded. Sulan glanced at him, then frowned and said, "Who do you believe in?" "I believe in the Dark Maiden," the drow said in a hoarse voice. "A believer of the Dark Maiden." Sulan was interested. In the belief of the drows, the Dark Maiden was the only god of the good camp. The Dark Maiden Elizabeth was the daughter of the Queen of Spiders and the main god of the elves, but she was different from her mother. She was a goddess of the good camp. In addition to protecting all the good dark elves, she also protected the drows who hoped to return to the surface world and live peacefully. It was just that most drows hated her, so among the drows, she had very few believers. And because of history, the surface races were not very friendly to the drows, and those who came to the surface did not have it easy either. If I remember correctly, the Dark Maiden has fallen. You escaped the encirclement and suppression of the Queen of Spiders? How many people are left now? Hearing Sullen's words, the drow in front of him showed a serious sadness, but he did not say the situation of his tribe. Obviously, he did not trust Sulen. Well, since you don't want to say it, then forget it. Sulen shrugged, then took the drow to the town. These drows who returned to the surface did not have an easy time. Without the protection of the Dark Maiden, their priests lost most of their ability to cast spells. In the face of the pursuit of the priests of the Queen of Spiders, they suffered heavy casualties. These drows had mixed blood with humans in order to adapt to the surface. They migrated to many places before finally finding a little living space in this endless wilderness. However, the fertility rate of the elves had always been very low, even for the drows. There were many battles in the wilderness. After losing the god of their faith, many of these drows lost their ability to cast spells. Then, they lost little by little in various battles. It was likely that there were not many drows left in this tribe. The wilderness lacked weapons, food, and all kinds of materials. There were also various magical beasts and other tribes. Even though the drows were very strong, and there were a few warlocks, they were still getting weaker and weaker in all kinds of battles. After hearing that there was a human town here, the drow in front of him planned to secretly buy a batch of materials to help the tribe through this difficult period. But obviously, Sulen was not so easy to fool. In the end, he could only promise Sulen to train soldiers for him in order to get some materials. These drows were not weak. According to the human classification, the drow in front of him was a knight. In the beginning, only the leader of the barbarians, Johnson, was a knight. More importantly, this drow was a rogue, proficient in detection, assassination, and other skills. He might not be as good as Johnson in a frontal battle, but in a sneak attack, the loser would most likely be Johnson. Of course, that was the former Johnson. Now that Johnson's strength had reached the level of a knight, he could easily defeat him. "What's your name?" Sulen asked. "Aiton," the drow said. Sulen nodded. "Aiton, how much food and materials do you need? I will sell them to you according to the market price. Of course, you need to stay here and train the scouts for me. How are you going to transport the materials back?" "The materials need to be placed in a designated location. I will inform my people to come and transport them," Alan said. "Okay, you choose the location. Just tell me when the time comes. I will send someone to deliver the materials." Chapter 101. Sulen was still very interested in these drows, especially some of the drows' works, such as an analysis of the 36 forms of binding spell of shadow tentacles, the partial application of enlargement and reduction, and the 72 gestures of Mage's Hand of Ecstasy. Sulen was thinking about how to subdue this drows. Judging from Aiton's performance just now, these drows were now in a desperate situation, but even so, it was not easy to subdue them. Elves were naturally proud, even drows. Unless Sulen showed enough strength, it was possible to subdue them. Although the strength of Sulen's territory was good now, it was still a little lacking in subduing these drows. Sulen took the drows to a warehouse, which was used to store materials in the territory. Sulen had built many warehouses in the town and stored them in different locations. The one in front of them was just one of them. There are food, medicine, weapons, and other materials in this warehouse. You can take these back to your tribe. Of course, you have to pay for them, Sulen said as he pointed to the warehouse in front of him. Eden was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the warehouse in front of him. The warehouse wasn't very big, but there were a lot of resources stored inside. Just the food alone was enough for their tribe to eat for 2 months. Adding on the other resources, it was enough for their tribe to live well. They had made deals with others before, but most of the time, the price of the deal was ridiculously high, and the quantity was very limited. The resolute drows looked at Su Len with excitement, then saluted him and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency." It seemed that they were indeed at the end of their rope. Without supplies, without support, and without their own strength, it was not easy to live in the wilderness. Su Len looked at the drows in front of him and said, "These materials should be enough for you to live for a while, but after losing the protection of the Dark Maiden, you don't have many choices. I can help you, but I need something in return. The future depends on your choice. Tell me your answer when you've thought about it." After saying that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates began to load the goods from the warehouse onto the carriages. With the intelligence of the drows, they naturally understood the meaning of Sullen's words. However, there was more than a 90% chance that these drows would refuse. So now he planned to give them some help and make a good impression on them. When he was strong enough, he would subdue them in one fell swoop. It took a day for all the supplies in the warehouse to be loaded onto the carriage. Then, he ordered his subordinates to drive the carriage to the agreed location. Aiton had already gone back to inform his companions. When they arrived at the agreed location, Aiton asked his companions to take the supplies away, while he took the money back to Sullen's territory. Su Len assigned him the task of training some scouts. The scouts were selected from the refugees and sent to the barracks for training. Aiton did not have any objections to Sullen's arrangement. He seriously trained these people in various skills. The 2 ankhegs killed by the barbarian warriors had been completely cut up. The meat of the ankhegs did not taste good. It had an earthy smell, and it was said that the texture of the meat was very similar to that of an earthworm. The meat was kept for the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls as rations. The most precious part of the ankhegs was their carapace. These carapaces could be made into excellent armor in the hands of skilled blacksmiths. The carapace of the ankhegs was a natural +1 defense. Under the same defense, it was only 1/3 of the weight of steel armor. Armor made with this carapace had defense comparable to plate armor, but its quality was only at the level of light armor. Furthermore, in addition to its impressive defensive capabilities, this type of armor also possessed a decent resistance to strong acids. It was completely free from the corrosive effects of strong acids that metal armors would experience when exposed to strong acids. The carapace of the ankhegs could be made into 2 sets of armor. After the carapaces were removed, they were sent to the blacksmith's shop. Bruce's blacksmithing skills were the best in Sullen's territory. After spending some time forging weapons, Su Len had bought him a blacksmith's book from the shop, which greatly improved his blacksmithing skills. He was also the only blacksmith in the territory who could forge these carapaces. Ankhegs were social creatures and had a strong sense of territory. Although 2 of them were killed last time, there were still some that escaped. Ankhegs looked like earthworms, but they had more legs than earthworms. They could reach up to 10 meters long and could sense their prey through the vibrations of the ground. They had a terrifyingly large mouth that could swallow an adult in one go. Their teeth were so sharp that they could easily bite through trees, and even steel would not be able to withstand a few bites. They could also produce strong acid, and when they attacked, they would spray their enemies with acid. The acid arrows used by wizards were not long, but they had a wide range. A group of ankhegs consisted of about 2 to 5. Su Len had encountered at least 3 of them during the construction of the road. In order to complete the road as soon as possible, Su Len had to personally deal with all of them. The construction of the road continued. Su Len was constantly paying attention to the movements underground. As the stone rollers rolled over and over again, the roadbed gradually stabilized. The brick kiln factory was not far from the city. It was only about 3 kilometers away, and the road was also made of gravel that could allow 2 carriages to pass side by side. As the construction of the road became louder and louder, the ankhegs living in the area were quickly alerted. They quickly moved towards the area. Boom! A strange sound suddenly came from the ground. When Su Len looked over, he was shocked to find that a large patch of grass had swelled up. In the next second, a terrifying ankheg drilled out from the ground and pounced on the slaves around it with its large, ferocious mouth. The goblin did not even have the chance to make a sound before he was swallowed by the huge, ferocious mouth. Sulen flipped his palm, and an iron bow appeared in his hand. Twang! The bowstring vibrated, and a special arrow about a meter long was shot out. The arrow was made of fine iron, and the arrowhead was made with barbs. Once the arrow was shot, it would be very difficult to pull it out. There was also a rope attached to the end of the arrow. The arrow hit the Ankheg in an instant, and more than half of the arrow was buried in its body. The Ankheg went berserk after being attacked. Strong acid spray. A ball of dark green viscous liquid was spat out by the Ankheg. Two goblins that did not manage to dodge in time were hit by the acid, and they could only scream in agony before they were corroded into a pile of rotten meat. P.S. Thank you to Night Bell and Dawn for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Black Bronze for the 1000 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 102. The surrounding goblins and kobold slaves scattered in all directions. Not far away, a barbarian warrior raised his two-handed axe and leaped 3 meters into the air before swinging it down heavily on the Ankheg. Slash! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the Ankheg let out a blood-curdling scream. It shook its head in an attempt to knock the barbarian away, but the barbarian retreated and swung his axe horizontally. A large gash appeared on the Ankheg's wrinkled skin, and yellowish blood gushed out. The Ankheg twisted its body in an attempt to escape, but it felt a sharp pain when it was halfway through the wound. Its body was being pulled by a huge force. The barbarian grabbed the rope and pulled hard. The barbed arrow that was deeply embedded in the Ankheg's body was hooked onto its flesh, and it could not escape no matter how hard it struggled. The Ankheg struggled madly, its dozens of legs flailing wildly and stirring up the soil around it. Sulen took out a spear from his storage space and leaped high into the air before thrusting it down. The 3-meter-long spear penetrated the Ankheg's body through a gap in its carapace and into the ground. The huge Ankheg was nailed to the ground by the spear. After receiving a fatal blow, the huge body of the Ankheg twitched a few times before collapsing weakly on the ground. Sulen stood on the huge body of the Ankheg and pulled out the spear. He shook it casually, and the blood on the spear dripped down. Move the body of this Ankheg back. Understood, boss. Ankhegs were social animals and had a strong desire for revenge, just like wolves. They would definitely come back for revenge since they did not kill all of them last time. Just as Sulen ordered his men to pull out the body of the Ankheg, a soft sound came from the ground beneath their feet. Crack! The strange sound came from the ground, and the soil suddenly sank. An Ankheg opened its ferocious mouth and attacked Sulen. Just as the Ankhegs burst out of the ground, Sulen's figure flashed and dodged them. Acid spit. Fortunately, there was no one around Sulen. The green, sticky acid completely missed its target. With a sizzling sound, the ground and the surrounding weeds were corroded by the acid and turned black. Another one. Sulen charged at the Ankheg with its spear, its ferocious mouthparts biting at Sulen. However, the Ankheg had met its match this time. The 3-meter-long spear smashed the Ankheg's ferocious mouth into the ground. With a light tap of his feet, Sulen arrived on top of the Ankheg's head. The previous heavy blow had left the Ankheg dizzy and unable to resist. Sulen's spear pierced the Ankheg's brain through a gap in its carapace. The carapace on the Ankheg's head was the best, and he did not want to damage it. While one of the Ankhegs attacked Sulen, another one lurking underground attacked a barbarian warrior. It spat acid at the warrior's head, followed by a biting attack. In order to deal with the Ankhegs, Sulen had prepared a special shield. When he saw the acid coming at him, he immediately used the shield to block the splashing acid. He then rolled to the side and dodged the Ankheg's attack. The kobold slave beside him was not so lucky. A large amount of acid sprayed at it, and the sizzling sound of its flesh being corroded was excruciating. In just a few breaths, half of its flesh was corroded, revealing its white bones. Soon, it was dead. There was a huge wound on the Ankheg's mouth. It was the one that had escaped last time. The last Ankheg had also appeared. It's the one that escaped last time. But this time, you won't have the chance to escape. The barbarian warrior obviously recognized the Ankheg. With a roar, the veins on his body bulged, his muscles bulged, and his skin turned red. The large Ankheg was not agile. The barbarian warrior circled around it and attacked it continuously. Soon, the weakest parts of the Ankheg's body were covered in wounds. Yellow blood flowed out, making the Ankheg look extremely miserable. At this time, Sulen had already killed the other Ankheg. The heavily injured Ankheg suddenly screeched and waved its limbs wildly as it burrowed into the ground. Sulen looked at the Ankheg that had burrowed into the ground and smiled. He pressed his palm on the ground, and a surge of energy flowed from his body into the ground. He then continued to dig deeper into the ground and soon found the Ankheg that was escaping. After finding the target, Sulen directed the flow of water. Gushing spring. Under the guidance of Sulen's energy, the strong flow of water instantly exploded. The water broke through the soil and rocks, and the Ankheg that was escaping underground suddenly felt the soil beneath it being pushed up. The huge flow of water directly pushed the Ankheg's body out of the ground. The Ankheg was pushed 10 meters out of the ground by the flow of water, and then it crashed to the ground. The Ankheg's already heavily injured body became even more serious. Its internal organs were severely damaged from the fall, and yellow blood continuously flowed out of its body. More than a dozen of its limbs swayed weakly, and its speed became slower and slower. After a while, it stopped moving. With the death of the last Ankheg, all the Ankhegs in the area were wiped out. Sulen arranged for some people to collect the slaves, and the 3 Ankheg's corpses were transported back to the town with the others. The hardest part of an Ankheg's carapace was its head. The carapace on its back was slightly weaker, but it was more suitable to be made into shields. The carapace of an Ankheg could be made into about 10 shields. After killing all the Ankhegs, the materials obtained could be used to make 50 shields and 5 full-body armors. The huge Ankhegs had a lot of meat. Although they tasted bad, the goblins and kobolds did not mind. It was good enough that they had something to eat. The Ankhegs were cut off and made into jerky for them. An Ankheg weighed about 5 tons. After removing the carapace and innards, there were still 3 tons left. 5 Ankhegs weighed 15 tons in total, which was enough for the slaves to eat for 2 to 3 months. Although Ankhegs were magical beasts, they did not have much use for wizards. The only thing that was valuable was the acid sacs in their bodies. The acid sac stored a lot of acid, and for wizards who had not learned the material exemption ability, the acid sacs were very good materials for casting acid splash and acid arrow. The best material for acid arrow was the venom sacs of wyverns, but it was important to note that Ankhegs were only mid-ranked magical beasts, and that was because they lived in groups. If it were wyverns, unless they were attacked by a grand wizard or above, they would just be courting death. Wyvern's poison could easily corrode metal armor. If one's constitution was not strong enough, they would be killed instantly. P.S. Ankheg, pack magical beast. Strength, 22, Spirit, 8, Vitality, 25, Agility, 9, Charm, 4, Specialty, Natural Armor, Sturdy, Underground Stealth, Listen, Vibration Perception. Skills, Acid Spray, Bite Attack. Chapter 103. After dealing with the Ankhegs, the road leading to the brick kiln factory continued to be repaired. The construction of the kiln factory had been completed, but the first batch of bricks would take some time to be fired. Sulen patrolled the territory once a day. With the black-maned horse, patrolling the territory had become very convenient. What was interesting was that he actually met a lone adventurer in the wilderness today. One had to know that there were all kinds of monsters in the wilderness. Anyone who dared to travel alone was either stupid or very confident in their own strength. It was noon, and Sulen was about to find a tree to rest and eat when he met the adventurer. It was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He had a square mouth, a wide nose, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. There was nothing special about him. He wore ordinary linen clothes with many patches, and the edges were already covered in fur. His arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. His limbs were thick and strong, and his body was also very strong. This kind of body was very suitable for heavy infantry. When Su Len saw him, there was already a mauler bear lying nearby. The creature that had made Hathaway suffer had become someone else's prey. Su Luen noticed that the mountain bear was killed by Zhang Tai's bare hands, which was amazing. Although the mountain bear was just a knight-level creature, if a knight fought it with bare hands, he or she would be killed by it in a few seconds. However, the man in front of him could kill it with bare hands, which indicated that he was really powerful. Is he a warrior monk? Su Len thought to himself. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Sulen's first thought was that he was a warrior monk. Su Len jumped off his horse and came to the middle-aged man's side. He asked politely, "Master, are you here to train in the wilderness?" The middle-aged man nodded solemnly but did not say anything. Martial monks had many commandments, one of which was silent meditation. Every time a martial monk received a commandment, their strength would increase. The more commandments they received, the more powerful the martial monk would be. Basically, all warriors monks did not use weapons, except for some special gloves. They also did not wear armor, but this did not mean that they were weak. In fact, the elemental resistance of a warrior monk was very high. They relied on their hands to fight. Although they did not use weapons, they had special techniques that could release powerful destructive power. The most typical one was penetrating force, which was a bug-like existence. It could ignore any armor and directly attack the human body. It was very similar to the effect of hitting a bull through a mountain in the novels of his previous life. There was also the inching forward attack, which was also very strong. It gathered all the power into one point and then exploded in an instant. Most of the time, martial monks would go to the wilderness or other places with harsh environments alone to temper their will. At the same time, they would comprehend the power of nature or the unity of man and nature. Speaking of which, this class had the strongest willpower among all the classes. They were almost immune to most charm spells and mind spells. After experiencing all kinds of cruel tempering, their willpower and beliefs were incomparably firm. Legend has it that legend rank monks can ignore the charm of the succubus queen Mechanut. She is the succubus queen, a legendary existence that can charm gods and make gods fall. From this, it could be seen how perverted these guys were. It was not difficult to become a martial monk. The strength of a martial monk was related to the number of precepts they had received. For example, the advanced class of martial monks was called ascetic monk. The requirements of this class could be said to be abnormal. They were required to completely give up all worldly wealth, fame, and all kinds of material comforts. They did not use any weapons or extraordinary equipment. At the same time, they often went to places with harsh environments to practice and temper their will. These ascetic monks were also the most powerful group of martial monks. After Su Len learned of this class, he directly stayed away. In his mind, if obtaining great power was not for a better life and enjoyment, then what was the use of this power? What was the use of this iron staff? Becoming an ascetic monk was indeed very powerful, but once he violated the precepts, a part of his power would disappear. If he wanted to recover, he would need to undergo another redemption ceremony. Many martial monks gave up in the process of receiving the precepts. Not everyone had the perseverance to give up all kinds of material comforts. For these people, Su Len was still very respectful. These people's will and beliefs were too strong. The martial monk used the mountain bear to exchange some dry food with Su Len. It was not that martial monks did not eat meat, but they did not eat meat when they were practicing. They only drank water and ate some simple dry food. As long as this practice was successful, the strength of the martial monk would be improved by leaps and bounds. If the profession that wizards hated the most was rogues, then the profession that they did not want to face the most was the martial monk. At most, rogues would do some petty theft. They would steal things from the wizard tower when the wizard was not at home. As long as there were enough hidden magic traps, these thieves would die miserably. But martial monks were different. High-grade martial monks had amazing resistance to all kinds of spells, and the attacks of martial monks could directly pass through the magic shield. Facing those martial monks, even high-grade wizards would have a headache. After Su Len had a meal with him, he left with the mountain bear. Originally, he wanted to invite the martial monk to his territory as a guest. After all, many of these martial monks were fighting masters. If he could learn some skills from him, it would be very helpful to improve his strength. Unfortunately, the martial monk refused Sullen's invitation. He had already started practicing, and going to Sullen's territory would affect his practice. When they were cultivating, they would not go near crowded places. In their opinion, crowded places had too much mortal aura, which would affect their communication with nature. At that time, Su Len wanted to say that the highest level was to train one's mind in the mortal world. If one could understand nature and train one's will in the mortal world, then one would be a real master. But after thinking about it, he held back. What if he fooled the martial monk? After returning to the camp, he went to the barracks. In the barracks, the drow Aten was training new recruits. According to Sullen's request, Aten was teaching these new recruits to become qualified scouts. Pay attention to your feet. Aten said in a low voice and then said, as a scout, you must pay attention to your feet because you need to often go to dangerous areas. There are many traps in many places. Once you make a mistake, it means that your life has entered the countdown. The enemy will not give you a second chance. Look carefully, your footsteps must be light and alert at all times. You have to make yourself as agile as a cat. That's how you can live for a long time. Don't take too big a step. Remember the places you have walked. When you retreat, try to walk where you have walked before so that it is not easy to step on traps. Chapter 104. The weapon in your hand is your only guarantee. Hold it tight. You need to use it to protect yourself at critical moments. Aten was training a recruit seriously. Even when Su Len arrived, he was not distracted at all. However, the recruit was distracted when he saw Su Len. He was then smashed to the ground with a wooden stick. If you were on the battlefield just now, you would be dead. You can't be distracted in battle. You don't have a second life to make up for your mistakes. I'm sorry, instructor. The recruit ignored the pain and got up from the ground. His expression became serious and he started training again. Perhaps in front of the Lord, the young man wanted to show off. This time, his attacks were much fiercer. Aten was still calm. He blocked and instructed, you can't be impatient at any time. Look at other people's attacks clearly. Don't rush to attack. When facing attacks, you have to learn to dodge. Scouts don't have shields, but that doesn't mean they can't defend. You have to learn to parry with weapons. Don't worry about the means in close combat. The recruit had just parried the wooden sword when he was kicked in the crotch by Aten. It's not only swords that can threaten you. Enemies on the battlefield will do anything. The poor recruit lay on the ground in pain. Fortunately, Aten had restrained his strength. Otherwise, it would have been a complete loss. Stand up. Although the cruel training method made these recruits suffer, it also allowed them to grow quickly. Well, today's training will end here. If you want to become a qualified scout, you still need to learn a lot. Remember to practice more when you go back. Aten threw the wooden sword on the weapon rack and walked to Su Len. Monsignor, you're here, the drow said respectfully. Yes. Su Len nodded and pointed to the young man who was leaving. How's the training going? Monsignor, although they learn quickly, their strength is still far from enough. Aten hesitated for a moment before saying, Monsignor, these people don't have a good foundation. Their future achievements are limited. Of course, Su Len knew that these people had poor foundations. However, with the system's bonuses, their levels would increase after participating in a few more battles. However, it was basically impossible for them to break through to become heroes unless Su Len was willing to let them use their self-created hero templates. Most importantly, this item was too rare. So far, he had only obtained one. It would be a waste to use it on these people. The last time he hunted an Ankheg, he only received some EXP and no treasure chest. After the water supply system was completed, the construction of the public baths in the territory was also completed. Due to Sulan's mandatory requirement, both humans and barbarians were forced to bathe every day. After a period of time, even without Sulan's request, they would involuntarily bathe. Although the Northgard castle was not big and had a small population, it was the best in terms of hygiene and hygiene among humans. Public baths, good hygiene can make you healthier and the city more prosperous. Hygiene +5, health +5, prosperity +3, of course, in addition to the public bathrooms, Su Luan also built a number of high-end baths. These bathrooms were built with marble, and the inside was also carefully carved by a sculptor. They were designed for the use of rich businessmen and nobles. If he asked these people to bathe in the public baths with ordinary people, they would definitely refuse. The social class system in this world was much stricter than in his previous life. If you asked a noble and a commoner to use the same baths, they would feel that you were insulting them and would immediately fall out with you. Su Len naturally would not make such a mistake. Although he advocated equality in his previous life, the various clubs were not open to ordinary people. After the public baths were completed, Su Len added a decree to the town. Anyone who entered the town, regardless of race, had to clean themselves up before they could live in the town. The promulgation of this decree made many people speculate whether Su Luan was a germaphobe. However, no matter how much they criticized him, they had to follow Sulan's instructions. Because the brick kiln factory had to produce a large amount of bricks, relying solely on manual labor was too slow. Su Len planned to build a water wheel here to provide power. There were many processes in the brick kiln factory that required a lot of manual labor. Crushing clay, mixing water, pressing bricks, cutting strips, and cutting embryos could all be done with machinery. Su Len also wanted to try and see if he could make a simple production machine with the help of water power. He was already very familiar with the construction of the water wheel. This time, Su Len did not use gear links. Instead, he chose to use belts. After all, gear links were too time-consuming and expensive. The brick kiln factory did not need such complicated equipment. If overly complicated equipment was damaged, Su Len would have to personally repair it. Therefore, the equipment here was simpler and easier to repair. Crushing clay and mixing clay did not require much precision. It was better to use belts. However, ordinary belts were easily deformed and would need to be replaced soon. In the end, Su Len asked Hathaway for some leftovers of the Gale tiger's skin to make belts. At the same time, he also boiled some glue from the water monster's body. He used the glue to glue the Gale tiger's skin into 3 layers. After that, he made the belts. The belts made in this way finally met the requirements. They were much better than the belts used in factories in his previous life. It took him 3 days to complete the basic equipment. Water wheel, sturdiness +15, durability +18, hydraulic transmission +20, water lifting +16 disintegrator, mechanical power +15, crushing +17, smooth operation +17 mixer, mechanical power +15, uniform speed mixing +18, smooth operation +16 conveyor, sturdiness +18, abrasion resistance +15, power transmission +18. Although these machines were simple, they were sturdy and durable. They were easy to maintain and would not break easily. As the water wheel slowly rotated, the disintegrator rotated along with the belt. A large amount of clay was poured into the disintegrator. After adding other ingredients, the clay was crushed into fine particles. The crushed clay was poured into the mixer and mixed with water. Soon, the clay was formed. After that, it was rolled and cut into shape and sent to the warehouse to dry in the shade. The process of drying in the shade took a long time. After the bricks were dried in the shade, they were sent to the kiln to be calcined. Only then could they produce sturdy and durable bricks. Although such bricks and stones were not as strong as the wall made by directly mining large pieces of rock, they were not much worse. After the bricks and stones were built, Su Lun released a mud to stone, and after merging them into one, they would not be worse than the rock wall. Compared to digging rocks, the cost of bricks was much lower. More importantly, the expansion of the city and the construction of houses required a large amount of bricks. P.S. Thank you to Bai and for the 200 coins tip. Fu Meng thanks you. Chapter 105. The houses in the town were no longer built using bricks. The houses that were built this way did not look good. They were only used as temporary housing. Now that the brick kiln factory had been built, the houses in the future would be built with bricks. Sullen's plan had divided the inner and outer city into 5 zones. 2 residential zones, 1 trading zone, 1 military zone, and 1 noble zone. The 2 residential zones were divided into the rich zone and the commoner zone. Apart from selling some of the houses to the slaves and commoners, the rest of the houses would be sold. Other than the trading zone, a large number of shops and a commercial street were planned to be built in the trading zone. The military zone was close to the inner city. According to Sullen's plan, the city could accommodate 30,000 to 50,000 people after it was completed. Since they had a good water supply system, Sulen planned to build a few fountains in the town. Apart from the large fountains in the noble zone and the commercial zone, the rest of the fountains were scattered around the city. Sulen had already planned everything in advance when the city was being developed. At the same time, he had also reserved a lot of empty land for the development of the town. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the wasteland. A caravan was traveling through the wasteland toward the Northgard fortress. The caravan was not traveling at a fast pace. A group of people in tattered clothes was following the caravan. Judging by their appearance, they were most likely refugees. Since Sulen had set a rule that only a certain number of refugees could trade with him, the caravans had no choice but to follow the rule. The refugees in front of them were brought here by the caravan. In order to ensure that the caravan would not be half-hearted, Sulen rewarded each refugee with a kinnar. Daddy Khan, when will we arrive at the Northgard fortress? A skinny boy who looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old asked the middle-aged man leading the caravan. Little Kevin, go back to the team and don't run around, the middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man said, this is the wilderness. There are goblins, kobolds, and gnolls who eat humans everywhere. Their favorite food is tender children like you. Daddy Khan, I've grown up. I'm not afraid of those stinky goblins, kobolds, and gnolls, little Kevin said while waving his little fist. Is that so? Little Kevin has grown up. Khan smiled and patted his head with his big, rough hand. Daddy Khan, don't touch my head. I'm not a kid anymore, Kevin said unhappily. Good, good, good. Little Kevin has grown up. Father Khan, you still haven't told me how long it will take for us to reach the Northgard fortress, asked Kevin. The steward said that if everything goes well, we will arrive at the northern fortress this afternoon. The middle-aged man looked at the caravan and said, when we arrive at the northern fortress, we can eat our fill. Little Kevin won't have to starve. When we get there, we'll have a house to live in, clothes to wear, and food to eat. We won't have to suffer from the cold in winter, and we'll have meat to eat. When little Kevin heard about meat, he couldn't help but gulp. Is there really meat to eat? Of course, there will be meat for sure, said Khan firmly. Enemy attack. Get into formation. At that moment, a mercenary on a horse rushed in from the front. Khan's expression changed when he heard that there was an enemy attack. He quickly put little Kevin on the cart and ordered the others to hide behind the caravan. The caravan immediately stopped when they heard that there was an enemy attack. The long caravan began to form a circle. All the mercenaries and caravan guards took out their weapons. Even the strong refugees were organized and given weapons. Soon, about 15 minutes later, the caravan completed the circle. At that moment, a large number of monsters appeared in the wilderness in the distance. It's gnolls. We're doomed. After seeing the monsters clearly, the refugees almost broke down when they saw the gnolls that were everywhere. These refugees used to live near the city. Those territories had been developed for hundreds of years. As long as they didn't leave the city, there wouldn't be any gnolls. Even goblins and kobolds would be killed by the patrolling soldiers. They had never seen so many gnolls in the wilderness. I don't want to die. I'm not married yet. One of the refugees broke down and cried. I shouldn't have believed their bullsh*t and come to the northern fortress. I want to go home. Shut up. The captain of the guards grabbed the refugee who was making the most noise and placed the long sword in his hand against the refugee's neck. If you dare to disturb the morale of the troops again, I'll kill you with my sword. Seeing the refugee nod his head, the captain humphed coldly and let him go. I'm telling you, the gnolls outside won't take prisoners. Once the caravan formation is broken, the guards and mercenaries might have a chance to fight our way out, but you will definitely die. Gnolls like to eat human flesh. They will kill you and eat you as soon as possible. Don't even think about surrendering. As for running away, the closest northern fortress is 30 kilometers away. You won't be able to outrun those monsters in the wilderness. So, you only have one choice, and that is to pick up your weapons and kill all the gnolls, or hold on until the reinforcements from the northern fortress arrive. There is no other choice. If you want to live, pick up your weapons, listen to the command, and fight them. Fight! Fight! The mercenaries and guards around the caravan roared together. The refugees who were trembling in fear a moment ago also regained their courage at this moment. Seeing the morale of the troops rising, the captain of the guards let out a sigh of relief. If those people's morale had collapsed, the guards and mercenaries would have been affected as well. If that happened, they would be in a really bad situation. After boosting the morale of the troops, the captain of the guards hurried to a carriage. There were already 2 people waiting in the carriage. Vader, what's the situation now? The manager of the caravan asked anxiously. We've just calmed them down. The morale of the troops is not bad. We should be able to hold on for a while. There are too many gnolls this time. We can't fight them off at all. Now we need to light the beacon and ask for help from the northern fortress. Then light it up. Ask for help from the northern fortress. We brought hundreds of refugees with us this time. They are all urgently needed by the northern fortress. They will come. The manager of the caravan clenched his teeth and said. Asking for help from the northern fortress was not without a price. Sulen was not a charity. It would cost at least 500 Kinnar coins. As the manager of the caravan, he naturally had to reduce the cost to the minimum and maximize the profits at the same time. Selling sugar could earn him 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Paying 1/10 of that was enough to make his heart ache. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to ask for help from the northern fortress. After making up their minds, no one hesitated anymore. The captain of the guards immediately lit the beacon in the middle of the caravan formation. Thick smoke rose into the air. The weather in the wasteland was clear today. The beacon was clearly visible in the wasteland. Soon, 3 pillars of smoke rose from the caravan formation. P.S. Thank you, Dawn and Night Rain, for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you, Shimo Rujin, for the 999 Chidian coins tip. Thank you, King, Cold Boy, for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 106. Sullen's territory spanned 20 kilometers. In order to give early warnings, he had set up a few beacon towers around his territory and arranged for people to watch over them. Every day, the soldiers would pass by the beacon towers when they patrolled, and they would light up the beacon as soon as they discovered any enemy. There's a situation. There was nothing in the open wilderness. Standing on the beacon tower, they could clearly see the 3 beacons in the distance. That direction should be the caravan calling for help. Light the beacon. Soon, the beacon tower lit up, and the patrolling barbarian guards gathered at the beacon tower. Su Len, who was patrolling the territory, also hurried over. Soon, Su Len met the patrolling barbarian warriors at the beacon tower. "Boss, the caravan must be in danger," and lit up the beacon to ask for help. Johnson, who had arrived earlier, said. "Bring some people to rescue them." Su Len looked at the distant beacon and ordered, "Be careful on the way, don't get ambushed." "Don't worry, boss." Johnson grinned and led 20 barbarian warriors to help. The weakest of these barbarian warriors was a barbarian warrior, and the strongest was a barbarian great axe berserker. With Johnson, although there were only 20 of them, it was more than enough to deal with an army of 1,000. Although the native tribes in the wilderness had many people, they were far inferior to the human army in terms of probability and equipment. They would be easily defeated in a few charges. Unless they encountered the ogre tribe from last time. However, after Su Len wiped out the Warhammer ogre tribe and piled up their heads, no ogre came here anymore. The caravan had more than 24 wheeled carriages. These carriages formed a large circle, and the carriages were connected by ropes or chains. The carriages were also equipped with large amounts of wooden planks. It seemed that the defense was good. Behind the circle of carriages, the refugees held spears, and the caravan guards and mercenaries were next to them. With a roar, hundreds of gnolls began to attack, followed by a large number of gnomes and kobolds. The monsters rushed to the front of the carts in a mess, and a rain of arrows shot out from the carts. A dozen of these monsters without armor were killed, but compared to the army of monsters, they were insignificant. The mercenaries relied on the carts to resist. These mercenaries cooperated well with each other. Kobolds and goblins were stabbed to death in front of the carts, and arrows were shot out from the carts. Soon, the carts were filled with monster corpses. However, in the face of such casualties, these monsters did not retreat at all. The tall gnolls also rushed forward. These gnolls looked tattered, but each of them had a decent metal weapon. Although those weapons were obviously crudely made, they still had good lethality. The rough mace hit the shield, and the shield creaked. There were many cracks on it, and it was obvious that the shield wouldn't be able to last much longer. The human mercenary holding the spear held his breath. The moment the gnoll attacked again, the spear shot out like a dragon and instantly pierced the gnoll's heart. However, even though he had killed one gnoll, there were more gnolls surrounding him. Under the heavy blows of the spiked club, wood chips flew everywhere, and finally, with a bang, it was smashed into pieces. The archers in the back continuously shot their bows, and their arms were sore and weak. They could no longer shoot. Without the support of the archers, the carts were in even more danger. A refugee's spear pierced through a gnoll's chest, and then his head was smashed by a mace. Before his corpse could fall, it was torn to pieces by the gnolls. The gnolls gulped down the human flesh. Scarlet blood flowed out from the gaps between their sharp teeth, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying. Some of the more cowardly humans were so scared that their bodies trembled. They couldn't even hold their weapons properly, and the carts were about to collapse. At that moment, a dozen or so strong figures suddenly rushed out from the carts. These people wore armor and held sharp swords. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the gnolls. The swords in their hands were aimed at the gnolls' vital points. The swords quickly slit the throats and hearts, and the figures left without stopping. The sudden attack caught the gnolls off guard. In just a few breaths, a dozen or so gnolls fell to the ground, clutching their throats and hearts. After attacking for a while, these people did not linger and retreated to the carts. The shield wielders and spear wielders moved forward again, using the carts to keep the monsters outside. After resting for a while in the rear of the carts, the archers began to shoot again. However, compared to the previous rain of arrows, there were only a few arrows, and their strength was far inferior. Several jack-o'-lanterns were hit by the arrows, but they still did not retreat. Furthermore, the arrows soon stopped once again. More and more gnolls rushed up. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they attacked with all their might. They did not even try to dodge the attacks, and they fought without any regard for their lives. This kind of ferocious fighting style made it difficult for the humans to breathe. Seeing that the carts were once again in danger, the guard captain led a dozen or so warriors to charge out of the carts. Their attacks were still as fierce as before, but this time, the gnolls were prepared. Even though the results were quite good, some of the warriors who could not dodge in time were hit by the spiked clubs. Their chests caved in, and they coughed up blood. Some of the blood was even mixed with pieces of their organs. It seemed that they would not survive. Even though they had paid a price, the carts once again stabilized. The spear wielders and shield wielders worked even better together. The shield wielders blocked the gnolls' attacks, and the spear wielders took the opportunity to stab at the gnolls' vital points. In the face of the endless gnolls, the casualties of the humans were increasing. Many of the sword and shield soldiers were continuously attacked. Their shields were broken, and their bones and tendons were broken. Some of the gnolls threw away their weapons and jumped over the carriages, trying to bite the enemy. However, most of them were stabbed in the chest by the warriors in the carts, and their heads were cut off. Under the gnolls' reckless attacks, the humans were completely suppressed. Even if the guard captain led the warriors to charge again, the effect was very limited. Even though they killed some gnolls, a few more warriors were killed by the gnolls without caring about the casualties. The boards on the carts were all shattered, and the chains used to connect the carts were violently cut off. The wooden stakes used to fix the carts were all broken. Seeing that there was hope for victory, the gnolls' morale became higher and higher, while the humans in the carts looked desperate. Chapter 107. The battle between the humans and the gnolls had reached its climax. In order to survive, all the mercenaries, guards, and refugees were doing their best. A gnoll had just smashed a human mercenary to death with its mace. Before it could retrieve its weapon, a spear pierced its throat and smelly blood gushed out. Before he could pull out his spear, a mace had already smashed his head into pieces. Under the continuous impact of the carts, a gap was finally created. The gnolls swarmed forward, wanting to rush in and kill the humans around them. The captain of the guards immediately led his men to block the gnolls. For a time, the humans and gnolls fought fiercely in this narrow passage. Because of the narrow space, the gnolls' heavy mace could not be used at all. Instead, they were killed by the humans. However, this situation only lasted for a few minutes. The gap in the carts grew bigger and bigger, and the humans' resistance became weaker and weaker. The sounds of fighting on the battlefield spread far and wide. The animals in the wilderness had long fled the area in fear. The thick smell of blood covered the battlefield. Johnson finally arrived at the edge of the battlefield with the barbarian warriors. Their arrival did not attract the attention of the gnolls. The fierce battle had caused the gnolls to ignore their surroundings. Johnson suddenly attacked from behind with more than 20 barbarian warriors. These barbarians were wearing iron armor and wielded sharp giant axes in their hands. The gnolls did not expect the enemy to appear from behind. By the time they wanted to turn around and face the enemy, it was already too late. After activating Charge and Whirlwind Slash, the barbarians had become efficient killing machines. All the monsters in their way were crushed by the sharp giant axes. These barbarians were at least barbarian warrior level. They were very powerful. The sharp giant axes they wielded were like chopping vegetables. The giant axes swept across, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. They were even able to cut the gnoll's mace in half. The blades of the axes tore through flesh and bones. Colorful organs scattered on the ground, and then were stepped into the mud by the boots of the gnolls. The 20 barbarian warriors were like 20 sharp blades, tearing the entire battlefield into countless small pieces. The Jackalan army suffered heavy losses in a short period of time. The mercenaries, who were struggling to resist, suddenly felt the pressure on them lessen. The gnolls, who were originally surrounding the carts, turned around and rushed towards the barbarians. But this time, they obviously kicked an iron plate. Anger and brutality could not make them strong. When they saw their companions being cut down like wheat, death and fear once again took over. Facing the barbarian warriors on the side of the killing god, the morale of the gnolls collapsed. They scattered in all directions, trying to escape. The humans, who were originally prepared to fight to the death, saw that the gnolls were defeated. Their morale soared, and they rushed out of the carts to chase after the gnolls. It was just that they were already exhausted and had no strength to chase after him after relaxing just now. The barbarian warriors stopped after completely defeating the gnolls. Their mission was to rescue the caravan, not to kill the gnolls. After the caravan people cleaned up the battlefield, the caravan set off again. Johnson was by their side as a guard. The mercenaries and guards were very respectful towards the 20 barbarian warriors. They had seen with their own eyes how powerful these barbarian warriors were. When the refugees found out that these barbarian warriors were from the northern castle, they were even more curious about it. With such powerful warriors, it must be very safe. Northern castle in the endless wasteland. The first thing that appeared on the ground was a black dragon. The guards and mercenaries who had been here before screamed excitedly. This journey was very unforgettable for them. Many people had disappeared in this distance. At the same time, they also needed a safe place to rest and recover. The attitude of the guards and mercenaries made the refugees sigh in relief. In order to survive, they dragged their families and risked their lives to cross the 300-mile wasteland. Now, they were finally at the end. Khan was lucky that he didn't die in the last battle. Instead, he killed 2 gnolls with the mercenaries, which improved his relationship with the guards a lot. The refreshing wind blew across the wasteland, and the black line in the distance became more and more obvious. Soon, they found a neat gravel road under their feet. The road snaked all the way to the town in the distance. Large tracts of farmland began to appear. At this point, they could finally clearly see the long dragon crawling on the ground. It was a majestic building that looked like a viaduct. One side was connected to the river, and the other side was connected to the town. On the river, there were 4 giant things that looked like wheels. Everything in front of them was very shocking to the refugees who had lived in the northern provinces since they were young. The vision of the civilians in this world was very limited. Many of them had never been more than 30 kilometers away from a village in their entire lives. When they saw such a majestic building in front of them, they were all shocked. The Northgard fortress appeared on top of the mound. It wasn't a big place, but the environment was astonishing. Thousands of goblins, houndhead men, and gnolls were working under the whips of the overseers outside the fortress. The invincible aura they exuded fascinated the refugees. The closer they got to the Northgard castle, the more shock they felt. Those ferocious gnolls, goblins, and kobolds were as small as dust under their feet. We'll be there soon. After fighting together, the guards of the caravan had become a lot more familiar with Khan. They looked at this rough-looking man and said with a smile, "When you get to the town, someone will make arrangements for you. As long as you work hard in the Northgard castle, you will have enough to eat. If you work hard for a few years, you can buy farmland and a house. The Sulen Monsignor is a powerful and benevolent noble. You don't have to worry about your safety here. However, you have to be careful. There are a lot of rules here. You must follow them seriously, or you will be punished severely." "Brother, what are the rules here? Can you tell me about them?" Khan said worriedly. "It's nothing, actually. The Lord here is a little obsessed with cleanliness. He says that everyone has to pay attention to hygiene, bathe frequently, and don't litter or pee anywhere. Otherwise, if you get caught by the security, the lightest punishment would be cleaning the toilets and the streets," the guard said after some hesitation. The guard hesitated for a moment before replying. Furthermore, when he mentioned cleaning the toilets and sweeping the streets, his eyes flickered a few times as if he still had a lingering fear. Of course, apart from these strict rules, this place is actually quite nice. As long as you work for the Lord, you can eat 2 free meals a day. There is even fish meat inside. Chapter 108. Fish? Is there really meat? Khan said in surprise. Of course, the guard said with a smile. All right, we have to go to the market now. See you later. He patted Khan's shoulder and left. The refugees in the caravan had a place to settle down. There was a special shelter outside the town. All the refugees that came to the territory had to gather here first. Kevin, don't run around. Follow me closely. Khan said to the boy behind him. He then held Kevin's hand in one hand and a young woman's hand in the other as they walked towards the shelter. There were a dozen security guards around to maintain order. These refugees were very curious about the northern fortress. In their eyes, this place was too clean. The cobblestone road was spotless. There was no smell of feces in the air. There was no obvious stench on the people's bodies. It was different from all the cities they had seen along the way. There were even flowers and plants on both sides of the road. Khan, is that a bridge? The girl asked as she pointed at the aqueduct not far away. I don't know. The bridge should be on top of the river. It's too majestic. The most eye-catching structure in the northern fortress was the aqueduct. In this era, there were very few structures that were more than 10 meters tall, let alone a structure that was a few kilometers long and 35 meters tall. In the eyes of the refugees, it was a miracle. As they walked along the flat gravel road, there were many people observing this group of refugees. However, no one disturbed them because they also had their own jobs. If they were found to be lazy, then their points would definitely be deducted. Their points were related to their future farmland and housing. They could not afford to be careless. Khan and the others soon arrived at the refugee shelter. The officials at the shelter took out a piece of parchment paper to check and register all the refugees. After everyone was registered, they were led to a public bathroom at the side to take a bath. Surprisingly, everyone was given 2 sets of clothes. Although they were only coarse linen clothes, they were much better than what they were wearing. Everyone, listen up. After you've showered, change into new clothes. Someone will bring you to have a meal. Throw your old clothes here. Those who don't change into new clothes won't get to eat, a worker said to the refugees. After that, all the refugees entered the public bathhouse in batches to take a shower. After bathing and changing into new clothes, the refugees no longer looked like beggars. After that, Khan brought his wife and Kevin to have dinner with the staff member. The place to eat was very close to here. Everyone was assigned a plate and spoon and then lined up to get the rice. Surprisingly, apart from a portion of mashed potatoes, everyone also had a portion of fish soup. The last time Khan had eaten meat was when he caught a rabbit a few months ago. He did not expect to have fish soup to drink as soon as he arrived here. A bowl of fish soup was not much, and everyone finished it clean. Even the fish bones were licked until there was not a trace of meat left. After the meal, the previous staff member led them to their rooms. Those with families were assigned according to their families. Those who were single were assigned to a room. The room was newly built. Although it was not big, it was clean and tidy. There were already blankets inside. Compared to where they used to live, this place could be said to be heaven. Soon, a guard came to tell them that they could not go to those places. Those places were forbidden. At the same time, there were various rules and laws in the territory. At the same time, the house they were living in now did not belong to them. It was only for them to stay temporarily. If they wanted to live in a house, they would need to exchange money and points. Apart from today's food, from tomorrow onwards, they would need to work to obtain food. Every day, they would earn points and money according to their work. If they wanted to obtain better food, better housing, or farmland, they would need to work hard. If they had skills, they could also report to their superiors and undergo an assessment. After passing the assessment, they would be assigned to suitable positions such as masons, blacksmiths, carpenters, brewers, carvers, and so on. Women who knew how to cook and sew clothes were all advantages. If they did not have skills, it was fine too. They could do manual labor such as manual labor or digging. The daily pay was at least 30 copper nars, and the highest was 70 copper nars. The pay was a little lower than in Kalt City, but working in Northgard Castle provided meals every day, and at least one meal had meat and points. Points were very important here. If one wanted to buy farmland or a house, they would need a certain amount of points. If they did not have enough points, they would have to pay double or even triple the price. Houses and land. After hearing these words, Khan's eyes instantly became burning hot. As a commoner, he had 3 brothers. However, only his eldest brother had the right to inherit his father's land and house. He and his younger brother could only leave home when they reached adulthood and work for the nobles. If the nobles did not need them, they would have to go to the city to find work and become refugees. To them, nothing was more attractive than land and houses. If they could get a piece of land, they would be able to gain a foothold in Northgard Castle. It cost a lot of points to exchange for land and houses. Ordinary people would have to work hard for about 3 years to get a piece of land or a house. Of course, if they were married, it would be much faster. Of course, if they didn't want to use this method to exchange points for houses and farmlands, they could also sign up for the army. The North Town Fort also had a military merit system for soldiers. Compared to the points, the cost of exchanging for farmlands and houses was much lower. As long as they participated in killing a few enemies, they could earn enough points to exchange for land and houses. At the same time, what was even more exciting was that when they reached a certain level of military points, they could exchange for a noble title from the Lord. Of course, this noble title was the lowest level of knighthood. This title did not come with land. It only gave them some benefits in the territory and a higher status. Other than that, there were no other benefits. However, there were still many people who wanted to exchange for knighthood. Khan clenched his fists. Today, he had killed 2 gnolls on the battlefield. Although it was a joint effort, it gave him the courage to join the army. Although he had only been here for less than a day, Khan was full of affection for this place. This was because in this city, he saw something that he would never see anywhere else: hope. P.S. Thank you to Fenger for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to 201908031022258555 for the 200 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Lonely for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 109. The civilians in this world were actually very easy to satisfy. As long as you gave them hope, they would burst forth with shocking power. You didn't have to pay too much. Just give them a chance, and they would work hard. They wanted houses, fields, and a better life. All of this required them to work hard. In the Northtown Castle, Sulen was instilling a habit, and that was to rely on their own hard work to earn a better life. The next day, the new refugees went to the test site and work site. Those who didn't have skills went to work, and those who did had to go to the test site. Khan was going to sign up for the army. His wife was going to do some tailoring. Even little Kevin was going to sign up for work. There was a lot of work to be done in the Northtown Castle. With Sulen's decision to expand the outer city, the entire outer city became a construction site. There were too many houses to be built, a lot of building materials to be transported, and all kinds of living materials to be made. It could be said that there was a need for manpower everywhere. Khan had killed a gnoll manager, and his physical fitness was also qualified. He successfully joined the army and became a new recruit. After becoming a new recruit, he had to train in the camp for 3 months to half a year. He could only officially join the army after passing the test. Although he couldn't go to the battlefield and earn military merits, as a new recruit, he would earn points as long as he met the standards of his daily training. On the first day of entering the camp, Khan didn't expect that their instructor would be a drow. In the legends of the human kingdoms, the drow was an evil existence. But here in the Northtown Castle, a drow was their instructor. Although he was confused, when he thought of the rules that the soldiers read out, Khan put away all his thoughts. The training was hard. The drow was very cold, and he would punish anyone who made a mistake. But the things he taught were very useful. For a better life, Khan gritted his teeth and persevered. When it was time for lunch, Khan realized that the food in the camp was much more sumptuous than yesterday. In addition to a piece of black bread and a bowl of fish soup, every soldier was given a piece of grilled meat. The meat was the size of a palm and was grilled to a crisp on the outside. Khan almost swallowed his tongue. The sumptuous lunch made him want to be a soldier who cooperated with him even more. Therefore, during the afternoon training, Khan became even more diligent. At night, the food in the barracks was still sumptuous. After the training ended, all the recruits left the barracks and returned to their living quarters. Returning to the small house once again, the other people in the surrounding rooms had also returned one after another. Although their bodies were exhausted after a busy day, these people who were still refugees yesterday were in high spirits. Some children were even playing around in the courtyard, and the adults would occasionally reprimand them. Seeing this scene, Khan suddenly felt much more at ease in his heart. Wasn't this scene what he had yearned for the most in the past? As long as he worked hard, he would be able to fill his stomach and feed his family. When he had enough points and money, he would be able to buy a piece of farmland that belonged to him. Su Len was lying in the Lord's castle, reading a book. It was the latest popular night novel in Cult City, called A Golden Scale Is Not a Fish in the Pond. The main content of the book was about a commoner who worked hard to become a knight. Then, step by step, he became stronger and stronger, and finally, he brought his wives to own his own territory and live a happy life together. The plot was full of ups and downs, and Su Len finished the novel in one breath. After finishing it, he felt a little bored, and it reminded him of many things from his previous life. I wonder if Tokyo is still hot, if the people are still vegetarian, if the sea breeze in the Caribbean is still salty, if the art in the San Fernando Valley is still full of youth and sweat. Su Len casually placed the book in the innermost part of the bookshelf and stretched his body. Then, he walked out of the room and headed to the blacksmith's shop. He had obtained 5 sets of egg shells last time. Calculating the time, it should be almost done. Su Len rode his horse all the way to the blacksmith's shop. The whole territory was undergoing construction, and the refugees who had just arrived were also immersed in all kinds of work. The whole territory was thriving, and Su Len was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. When he arrived at the blacksmith's shop, Bruce personally came out to welcome Su Len when he heard that he had arrived. "Bruce, have the egg shells been processed?" Su Len asked directly. "Monseigneur, all the shells have been processed. A total of 5 sets of full-body plate armor and 50 shields have been made," Bruce said respectfully. Then, he ordered the other apprentices to bring the completed armor and shields over. Su Len casually picked up a set of plate armor. The armor was black in color and simple in design. He pressed his fingers on the armor with a little force. The armor was very tough, and the entire set of armor was very light. Plate armor, unnamed, material, egg carapace, weight, lightweight. This armor is made using the hardest part of an egg's carapace. Its defense is astonishing, yet it is extremely light. It is a rare treasure armor. Defense +3, toughness +2, lightness +2, acid resistance +10. This type of armor, which had the defense of a plate armor but only the weight of a light armor, was quite expensive. A brand new set of normal plate armor would cost around 1,000 gold nars. Since this type of light armor didn't have the weakness of metal armor against acid arrows, it was normal for the price to be several times higher. Many families would treat such a set of plate armor as a family heirloom. If Su Len was willing to sell it, he could easily sell it for 4,000 to 5,000 kinnar. After inspecting the 5 plates, Su Len looked at the shields made from the egg shells. The surface area of the egg shells was very large, so Brock had made them into large shields. Each shield was 1.3 meters tall and 90 centimeters wide. It was second only to a tower shield. Su Len picked up a shield and tested it. The shield was very tough, and the quality of the shields was also very light. Large shield, unnamed, material, ankheg shell, weight, light. This shield was made using the ankheg shells. It has amazing defense and is very light. Defense +3, toughness +2, acid resistance +8, there were more than 50 of these shields. Su Len planned to use them to train a group of heavy armor. Although the barbarian guards were strong, they were more used to attacking. This time, Su Len planned to build a defensive army. Once the barbarians went berserk, their entire command system would be paralyzed. The only thing they could think of was recklessness. They could charge and break through enemy lines, but they could not be counted on. The territory needed a group of heavy infantry, and these shields were light and tough. They were just right for the job. Chapter 110. Sullen's hero template came with the Lancer, which was the most common soldier type. It took a short time to train and was cheap. Of course, after a few upgrades, it was still very strong. Another point was that although the Lancer was not very good, it was the prerequisite for activating a few special soldier types. For example, the special soldier types Formation Breaker and Great Halberd Warrior required the Lancer to advance. There were many other special soldier types in the system. For example, the special soldier type White Horse Cavalry, the special soldier type Tiger Leopard Cavalry, the special soldier type Mountain Cavalry, the special soldier type Unparalleled Flying Army, the special soldier type Crossbow Soldier, the special soldier type Eagle Archer, and so on. There were also some powerful soldier types that the system did not introduce. Su Len could only choose from the Formation Breaker and Great Halberd Warrior. Of these two, Su Len was more inclined towards the Formation Breaker. The system's evaluation of this unit was very simple. Every attack, no one is undefeated. Moreover, this unit was equipped with heavy infantry. To advance to this special soldier type, one must first upgrade the Lancer to the highest level and become the Spear Guard. Only then would one have the opportunity to advance to the Formation Breaker. The Lancer's initial advancement was the Recruit, Lancer, Elite Lancer, Heavy Armor Lancer, and finally the Spear Guard. Only the Spear Guard had the qualifications to advance to the Formation Breaker. According to the division of strength, the Heavy Armor Lancer was the Knight level, the Spear Guard was the Grand Knight, and the lowest level of the Formation Breaker was the Knight Commander. This level was not weaker than the Barbarian Axe Berserkers. Moreover, compared to the barbarians who liked to be reckless, the Formation Breaker was very disciplined. If the two sides really fought, the Barbarian Axe Berserker would definitely lose. It was not surprising that the barbarians, with their terrible discipline, would be beaten up by the Formation Breaker. Su Len had already started to form the Lancer and Archer units. However, these two units did not have many people. The Lancer and Archer units were recruited from the refugees who came to the territory. The two units added together only had 40 people. Moreover, these refugees were in poor health. After all, as refugees, many of them did not have enough to eat. The first 1 or 2 months in the military camp were actually for them to nourish their bodies. The intensity of the training could only be said to be average. Only when their bodies recovered would the next step of training be carried out. Sullen's territory could be said to have gained a firm foothold. As long as he was not unlucky enough to be besieged by a large tribe, there would not be any major problems. Therefore, during this period of time, he had also begun to explore the surrounding wilderness. Because the Sierra de Lotus was to the north, a group of Cryopterists lived in the mountains, so he avoided this place and explored the east and south. In the northeast of the territory, there was a centaur tribe. Owen's caravan would go there every once in a while to trade with the centaurs. Although Owen was very cautious every time, Su Len still knew the general direction of the tribe, so he planned to open up a trade route with the centaurs. Owen traded with the centaur tribe for food and weapons in exchange for the centaur longbows and horses. When Owen once again led the caravan to the centaur tribe to trade, Su Len also sent people to form a caravan to follow. However, the goods they brought were different from Owen's. Sulan prepared wine. In the northern wilderness, the winter was very cold, so wine was very popular. However, because of the problem of food production, the wine production was not high. Moreover, it was rarely sold in the northern wilderness. After all, wine was not a necessity. Under Sulan's half-forced request, Owen could only agree to bring Sulan's caravan to the Centaur tribe. The construction of the territory was in full swing. The slaves and refugees were working hard. No one noticed that a black dot had appeared in the distant sky. The black dot quickly became bigger. In just a few breaths, the black dot became a huge monster with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. This monster was grayish-white. It had a pair of fleshy bat-like wings, but it was 100 times bigger than a bat. At the end of the wings was a pair of sharp claws. On its head was a sharp beak filled with sharp teeth. Its legs were even more terrifying. It looked very similar to the pterosaurs of the dinosaur era. However, compared to the pterosaurs, this guy was much stronger. Cryopterus. A type of cold Eurone. These pterosaurs had flown to Sulan's territory. The territory was currently working. No one noticed Cryopterus. However, as Cryopterus continued to approach, the smell of a superior predator appeared. Dragon. It's a dragon. At this moment, a refugee inadvertently raised his head to take a look. He was completely stunned. What dragon? Hurry up and work. Otherwise, your points will be halved today. The supervisor beside him said impatiently. It's a dragon, a giant dragon. Run. The refugee who reacted threw down his tools and ran away. Seeing that the refugee threw down his tools and ran away, the supervisor shouted angrily, "Come back, you better come back. Your points for today are gone." I still want. At this moment, the surrounding refugees were in an uproar. Dragon, it's a dragon. Run. Run. The evil dragon is here. A strong wind pressure swept across the top of their heads. Many people were directly blown away by the strong wind. The powerful Cryopterus only circled above their heads once. The strong wind brought about by it was enough to throw many refugees off their feet. The surroundings were filled with the screams of monsters and humans who were struggling for their lives. Cryopterus came quickly and left quickly. It only circled once before flying away. Only the group of trembling humans and monster slaves were left behind. A huge black shadow flew into the sky. Cryopterus's ferocious claws grabbed two human corpses tightly. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host's territory is under attack by a powerful creature. Just as Sulan was dealing with the matter, the system suddenly notified him. Then, there was a loud commotion in the town. Sulan's expression changed. He immediately opened the balcony window and walked out to take a look. He saw a huge black shadow flying across the sky above the town. It then flew towards the sky in the north. Cryopterus. After seeing the huge shadow, Sulan immediately recognized that it was an adult Cryopterus. What's going on? Why is Cryopterus here to hunt? Sulan's expression was a little serious. Sulan didn't have time to think about Cryopterus. He immediately went downstairs to calm the people down. Although Cryopterus' attack just now only killed 2 humans, the dragon's influence was too great. If it wasn't handled properly, there would be a large number of refugees in Sulan's territory. Other than calming these people down, the goblins, kobolds, and gnolls in the territory were now in chaos. As an important labor force in the territory, Sulan didn't want them to take the opportunity to escape. Chapter 111. Luckily, the Cryopterus didn't cause too much damage. All the refugees hid in their rooms. Although many of the slaves had escaped, the situation was quickly controlled by the barbarian guards. Other than the 2 refugees who died, there are 13 people who were injured. 9 of them were injured by the strong wind, 2 were sprained, and 2 were trampled. A worker reported the casualties to Sulen. I understand. What's the situation with the slaves? Sulen nodded and asked another person. Monsignor, 43 slaves escaped. The rest are locked up in the slave camp. There were 12 slaves who tried to escape but were killed by the barbarian guards. Let's stop working today and let them rest for a day to recover. We'll continue working tomorrow. Oh, and give them a good dinner. Sulen thought for a moment and ordered. The same goes for the refugees. Send someone to comfort the dead and give them some compensation. Also, immediately build a watchtower. There must be 2 soldiers on it at all times to check the situation in the sky. If they discover any enemy, they must warn them immediately. The security team will maintain order. When they hear the warning, send them to a safe place to hide immediately. Arrange for people to guard the crossbows. If there are any wyverns or other creatures that invade, prepare to attack immediately. Sulen methodically assigned tasks to them. At the same time, he set up a warning system to prevent the wyverns from attacking again. At the same time, he arranged for people to guard the crossbows and be ready to attack at any time. After arranging everything, Sulen let out a sigh of relief and let the people go do their own things. Master, are you going to look for the Cryopterus? Chris walked over with a cup of black tea. Yes. Sulen took a sip of the black tea and said. Sulen, are you really going to slay the wyverns? Hathaway said in surprise as she pushed up the glasses on her face. If I don't take care of them, am I going to let these wyverns use my territory as a hunting ground? Sulen said with a gloomy face. Slaying a wyvern was not easy. Even a Euron was not easy to kill, let alone a wyvern that could fly. Master, are you confident? I'll go with you. Chris came behind Sulen and put her hands on Sullen's shoulders to massage gently. Sullen's head naturally leaned back and lay on the plump face wash. I need you to take care of the territory. Without you, I won't be at ease. Sulen closed his eyes and said comfortably. Then let Sister Hathaway go with you, along with Johnson and Aiton. What are they going to do? Will you hold us back? Suluan curled his lips and said. Humph, who are you talking about? Hathaway said angrily. I'm talking about you. You've just become an intermediate wizard. Have you learned all the spells? Sulen said as he glanced at her pair of big bears. He thought to himself, this girl is growing up fast. Humph, Cryopterus can fly. Can you fly? Hathaway looked at Sulen and said. The problem of flying was still a headache for Suluan. Although he was powerful, he couldn't fly. But Chris could fly, and her flying speed was not slow. Should he let Chris be his mount and take him to fly? Intermediate wizards could also fly, although the flying speed was not very fast. Your flying spell is too slow. If you fly, you'll become a target for those Cryopterus. Sulen shook his head and said. I can help you take down those pterosaurs. Hathaway said proudly. Cryopterus is a cold Euron. Fire spells can do 1.5 to 2 times the damage. Also, these pterosaurs don't have dragon scales. If they are hit, even if they don't lose their ability to fly, their flying speed and height will be greatly reduced. What you said makes sense, but it's too dangerous. You don't have the ability to protect yourself. Once you're targeted by those pterosaurs, you won't be able to escape. Sulen was a little tempted, but he still shook his head and refused. He didn't want his little sister to die. Humph, how do you know I don't have the ability to protect myself? Hathaway wrinkled her nose and took out a delicate little magic staff. She knocked on the table and said. Sullen's interest was piqued. Every time this girl learned a new spell, she liked to show off. What spell did you learn this time? Of course, watch carefully. Hathaway raised her head. Her beautiful face was full of pride. She gently waved the magic staff in her hand. To Sullen's surprise, a light flashed, and Hathaway suddenly disappeared. Invisibility. This isn't just an invisibility spell. I also cast an erasure spell. Not only is my body invisible, but even my scent and footprints can't disappear. Unless I actively attack or break the invisibility spell, those Cryopteris won't be able to find me. Hathaway's voice echoed in the room. What was strange was that Su-Len couldn't find her location through her voice. Hee, you want to use sound to find my location? I used ventriloquism. You won't be able to find me, Hathaway said proudly. Su-Len scanned the room and indeed didn't find any trace of her. There was no scent in the air either. It was as if she had really disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Su-Len suddenly felt a sharp pain on his scalp. A strand of hair was pulled out. You can't find me, right? Hathaway's proud voice sounded again. Su-Len could already imagine her smug look now. Since he couldn't see Hathaway, Su-Len directly opened the system map and zoomed in on the room he was in. The map clearly marked the location of the three of them. After glancing at the map, Su-Len knew where she was hiding. He then got up and pretended to look for her in the room. Just as Hathaway was about to sneak up on him again, Su-Len suddenly turned around and hugged her. You can't run away now, right? Hathaway didn't react at all when Su-Len suddenly hugged her. How did you find me? Hathaway looked at Su-Len in surprise. Su-Len nodded and said, Your magic is pretty good. I promise you can come with me. You still haven't answered me. How did you find me? Hathaway asked. That's a secret. Tisk, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? Hathaway snorted and turned her head away. However, her white and delicate ears perked up. Since he had already decided to slay the dragon, Su-Len began to prepare the tools needed to slay the dragon. Fortunately, it was a pterosaur. Although its body was tough, it didn't have dragon scales. The pterosaur's defense would be greatly reduced. Even so, it wasn't easy to hunt this kind of monster. Su-Len needed to prepare some things to limit their flying ability. If it was close combat, Su-Len was confident that he could kill those pterosaurs. Chapter 112. After the javelins, food, ropes, clothes and other materials were prepared, Su-Len left the territory with Hathaway. The Sierra de Lotus, where the Cryopteris lived, was about 300 kilometers away from Sullen's territory. To them, it was just a matter of a few flaps of their wings, but to Su-Len, it would take a few days. Fortunately, the black-maned horse that the system had won was very powerful. It could gallop across the wasteland like it was flat ground. Su-Len carried Hathaway on the horse's back. Hathaway originally wanted to ride the horse herself. According to her, her horsemanship was very good, but she gave in to Sullen's excellent marksmanship. The black-maned horse ran very steadily. Although Hathaway was tall, she looked small and delicate next to Su-Len. She was just right in Sullen's arms. Her whole body was hidden in Sullen's cloak, and only her palm-sized face could be seen. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. It was an indescribable floral scent. It smelled very comfortable. It was Hathaway's unique scent. Occasionally, a strand of knotty hair would come out of the cloak and run to his neck to tickle him. Hathaway was very interested in the wasteland. Her body leaned against Sullen's warm embrace, and her eyes constantly looked around. However, she soon felt a little bored, and her body moved back to lie more comfortably. Should Su-Len open the strategic map to compare and adjust their route? Su-Len had obtained the approximate location of Cryopteris from the giant rock. Their barbarian tribe had been forced to move because they were in Cryopteris hunting range. With the arrival of these Cryopteris, the other races and predators in the wasteland would choose to leave. Cryopteris would consciously hunt these people and animals who competed with him for food. It was a bit ironic. The ice Quetzalcoatlus drove away the other predators, and then the number of bison, spotted antelope, and giant antler deer increased. Although the ice Quetzalcoatlus was hunting them, compared to the previous hunting of so many predators, their population had actually expanded. Although they had to face Cryoptera's predation, these animals were still unwilling to leave. Su Len rode the black-maned horse in the wasteland. Some gnolls wanted to attack him, but before they could reach him, the horse had already left them behind. Some smarter ones wanted to stop him, but Su Len casually flicked his spear and sent them flying. After running in the wasteland for 2 days, the two entered the Sierra de Lotus. Su Len recalled the black-maned horse and put it in the storage space. He then started climbing the mountain with Hathaway. The mountain path was steep and difficult to climb. Su Len was worried that Hathaway would not be able to adapt, but after a while, he realized that Hathaway was even more familiar with it than he was. Su Len later found out that Hathaway had made him a full set of equipment with all kinds of buffs. The mountain where the ice Quetzalcoatlus lived was very high. In fact, there was no road at all. Fortunately, the two of them were not ordinary people. Although the mountain was steep, it was not difficult to climb up. The ice Quetzalcoatlus was very powerful. They were one of the few sub-dragons that inherited the true dragon's breath ability. Their breath of ice could directly freeze a grand knight, and their explosive strength could lift an elephant. They were also much more intelligent than normal beasts. However, they also had a weakness, which was that they moved very slowly on the ground. Compared to dragons, Cryopteris lacked a pair of front claws. Their wings were also large. Although this gave them powerful flying ability, it also made it difficult for them to move on the ground. If Su Luen wanted to hunt these pterosaurs, the best time would be when they were not in the sky. Facing the flying pterosaurs, the difficulty of hunting them instantly increased by several levels. These pterosaurs' diving attacks were very powerful, and there was a record of directly killing a commander in a second. The two moved quietly on the steep mountain. From time to time, a few Cryopteris roars could be heard from the sky. A huge black shadow swooped down from the cliff, bringing with it a large amount of ice crystals and snowflakes. The air here was very cold, and the biting cold wind whistled past. Su Len was very focused. He had already activated the strategic map to monitor the situation here. Cryopteris were social animals. Through the strategic map, Su Len had already found 4 Cryopteris. Every Cryopteris nest was made up of a male and a female pterosaur. Of course, sometimes there were also their young. Pterosaurs would lay eggs once every 2 to 3 years. Each time, they would lay 3 to 6 dragon eggs. Compared to the long growth period of a real dragon, the young pterosaur would live on their own after 3 years. They would reach adulthood in about 10 years. When they got close to the Cryopteris nest, Su Len did not attack directly. Instead, he found a crack in the surrounding area and asked Hathaway to hide inside. For this purpose, Su Len even used his weapon to decorate the crack. The space inside was a lot bigger, and there was a turning point at the entrance. This way, even if the Cryopteris found her, as long as she hid inside, the Cryopteris would not be able to do anything to her. Just stand here. After you cast your spell, hide inside. Remember, don't take their attack head-on, Su Len said in a serious tone. Although Hathaway's strength was not bad, it was still very dangerous for her to fight against a Cryopteris. After all, low-grade wizards were famous for being fragile. Su Len rubbed her pretty face that was a little red from the cold. Hathaway was very excited. She held her magic staff tightly, and her big eyes looked around. She was eager to try. Don't worry, I won't joke about my nickname. My goal is to become a legendary witch. Hathaway whispered. She waved her magic staff with her small white hand and said, also, if a Cryopteris flies into the air, you can lure them here. I'll help you shoot them down. Got it. Su Len nodded. He then checked the surroundings and began to prepare. Dragons could change the natural environment of their habitat. For example, a white dragon's habitat would become an ice cave over time, a black dragon's habitat would slowly become a swamp, and a red dragon's habitat would eventually become a volcano. Dragons were born with a strong radiation ability. Not only could they change the environment, but they could also affect the creatures living around them. There were many dragon descendants in this world, but not all of them had the blood left behind by dragons. Many dragon descendants were just exposed to radiation for a long time in the area where dragons lived, and their bodies had some dragonization effect. The most famous of them were the kobolds. These guys liked the things left behind by dragons the most. They would collect the scales shed by dragons and put them near their eggs. This would increase the blood of dragons in their babies and increase the chances of awakening to become a dragon disciple sorcerer. P.S. Thank you 20200822110735094 for the 500 Chidian coins tip. Chapter 113. After finishing his preparations, Sulen stretched his body and prepared to hunt the dragon. Ding! Defend the territory quest activated. After your tireless efforts, your territory is finally on the right track. However, a group of Cryopteris has set their sights on this place. They are using this place as a hunting ground. Please take care of the Cryopteris as soon as possible. The cold voice of the system rang in his ears. Su Luan took out the steel-made javelin and checked if it was damaged. Then he put the javelin in a place within reach to make sure that he could throw the javelin as soon as possible. After preparing the javelin, Su Len took out some other things he had prepared. There were a few steel chains. He wanted to use ropes before, but after testing the strength of the ropes, he found that ropes were not strong enough. There were no chemical materials like nylon in this era. The strength of ropes was too low. Cryopteris were very strong. They often hunted large herbivores. Many animals like bison and giant antlers weighed more than a ton. Cryopteris could easily pick them up and fly back to the mountain peak thousands of meters high. The ropes in this world could not withstand their strength at all. In addition to the steel chains, Su Len also prepared a few steel balls to restrict the flight of the Cryopteris. If there were too many Cryopteris and the chains could not restrain them in time, these steel balls would affect their flight. The javelin was connected to two steel balls with chains. Even if the Cryopteris could fly, it would be difficult for it to maintain its balance after being hit. The steel javelin had special barbs on it. It would be difficult to break free after being hit. Be careful. Hathaway looked at the figure and then clenched the staff in her hand. The cold wind on the mountain peak whistled and rolled up countless ice crystals. There was a layer of steel-like ice under their feet. It was very slippery when they stepped on it. In addition to the whistling cold wind, there was a bottomless abyss just a few meters away. Without enough courage, they would not dare to move in this environment. This area was very narrow. It could only accommodate a few people at most. It was impossible to use human wave tactics. Moreover, even if there were many people, there was no space to dodge once the Cryopteris attacked in such a narrow environment. The biggest possibility was that they would be swept directly into the cliff next to them. Cryopteris hunted once every 2 days. Normally, the male hunted while the female stayed at home. Su Len saw Cryopteris returning from a hunt when he was climbing the mountain. They were most likely in their nest now. Su Len carefully approached the Cryopteris nest. The Cryopteris was very confident in its nest. Building a nest in such a dangerous place could stop 95% of the attackers. Walking slowly along the cliff, the whistling mountain wind completely blew away some of the sound. After bypassing a few steep rocks, a stone platform appeared in front of him. The stone platform was more than 10 meters high, and on top of it was the nest of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. It was a nest made of animal skin and some unknown materials. It looked like an enlarged bird's nest. There was a Quetzalcoatlus inside, and outside the nest, there was an even larger Quetzalcoatlus. Passing through the gap between the Cryopteris wings, Su Len saw a white dragon egg. It seemed that the Cryopteris had built their nest here to hatch their offspring. This was good news for Su Len. With the dragon egg as a restraint, the Cryopteris would not all rush up to attack when they discovered an intruder. This would greatly reduce the pressure on Su Len. Furthermore, the winged dragon egg was very precious. It was very difficult to tame an adult pterosaur. Only by hatching a dragon egg could one tame a pterosaur. In the human world, the price of a winged dragon egg was very high. An egg that could hatch a pterosaur was worth around 3,000 kinnar. Even a dead egg that could not hatch could be sold for 500 kinnar. The winged dragon egg contained a large amount of elemental energy that could strengthen the body. It was very popular among the nobles. There was no place to hide on the platform. As soon as Su Len appeared, the Cryopterus noticed him. Seeing that someone had invaded its nest, the male Cryopterus roared and immediately flapped its wings and flew down. The Cryopterus flew into the sky with a gust of wind. After circling in the sky, it dived directly towards Su Len. A foul smell came from its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The ice Quetzalcoatlus dived very fast. Just as it was about to reach Su Luen rolled to the side in an instant, and then waved his hand to throw a 2-meter-long fine steel javelin. In such a short distance, the Cryopterus only had time to turn its body sideways. The steel javelin instantly pierced through its wings. The Cryopterus cried out in pain. Dragon blood splashed everywhere. Its body tilted and fell to the ground. However, the pterosaur's flying ability was very strong. It quickly regained control of its body and struggled to fly higher. How could Su Len give it the chance? He pulled the chain behind the javelin hard and then pulled hard. The huge force made the chain very tight. The pterosaur's wings were very strong. Although the wings were injured and the dragon blood was spilling, its strength was not reduced at all. The steel chain made creaking sounds as it was pulled, and many parts of the chain had been deformed. Bang! In the end, the steel chain could not withstand the huge pulling force and broke. The ice pterosaur, freed from its shackles, wanted to fly up. However, even if it desperately flapped its dragon wings, it could not maintain its balance at all. It almost spun and fell from a height of more than 10 meters, and then hit the cold hard rock hard. Su Len threw away the broken chain in his hand, took out the spear from the storage space, and then rushed to the place where the Cryopterus fell. He was going to kill the male Cryopterus before the female Cryopterus could react. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in an instant. The spear in Su Len's hand was about to pierce into the Cryopterus's head and completely end its life. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the struggling Cryopterus, and then it opened its horrible and ferocious mouth in an instant. Su Len's heart sank. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. A strong stench hit him in the face. Frost breath. The extremely cold breath was spat out in an instant. Su Len only had time to move his body before his left arm was covered by the frost breath. His left arm quickly condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The piercing cold spread and continued to spread to his body. At the same time, the still struggling Cryopterus opened its complete wing and slapped at Su Len with a huge wind pressure. Dragon Wing Strike. This was the most dangerous attack of the pterosaur. As the most muscular part of the dragon, the strength of their wings was very amazing. After the frost breath hit Su Len, it immediately slapped at his head. Chapter 114. Su Len continued to attack. The energy in his body exploded instantly, shattering the ice on the surface of his body. He exerted force on his feet, shattering the rock that was as hard as steel. His body rushed to the left at an even faster speed than before. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The sharp wind cut off a few strands of his hair. Su Len dodged the dragon wing attack by a hair's breadth. Cracks appeared on the rocks behind him, and the hard ice shattered into powder. Using dragon breath and dragon wing strike continuously was very taxing on the ice Quetzalcoatlus. They would have a very short period of weakness. Su Len held the spear in his hand and activated the thunder lightning spear. Lightning flashed around him. His body flashed, and in the next second, he appeared beside Cryopterus. The spear in his hand pierced through its jaw. The sharp spear pierced through the tough dragon skin, and then went all the way up along the gap between the frontal bones, tearing through the muscles and piercing towards the brain. Boiling dragon blood gushed out, dyeing his body red, and a piercing pain came from his skin. The blood of dragons and urone was corrosive. For example, the blood of the red dragon was almost as hot as magma. An ordinary person would be burned to death by the dragon's blood. The 3-meter-long spear pierced the ice Quetzalcoatl's brain through the gaps between its bones. The lightning attached to the spear paralyzed the ice Quetzalcoatl's. In the end, half of the spear pierced into the ice Quetzalcoatl's brain. As a viper, its brain was still very fragile. After being pierced by the spear and destroyed by the lightning, the ice Quetzalcoatl's body shook a few times in an instant and then collapsed. The sound of wings flapping was heard. The female Cryopteris in the nest saw that the male Cryopteris was severely injured. She immediately became restless and flew up. Then, she pounced on Sulen. Hearing the strange noise behind him, Sulen picked up the other spear without thinking. The lightning in his body instantly covered his whole body. He exerted force on his feet and turned around abruptly. The spear that was covered with lightning flew out like a bolt of lightning and hit Cryopteris' abdomen directly. The powerful power of thunder and lightning instantly detonated in its body. The ice Quetzalcoatl's body stiffened instantly, and then it fell directly from midair. With a bang, it hit the cold rock, and then slid to Su Luan under the action of inertia. Taking out another steel javelin, Su Luan jumped up. Strong lightning flashed back and forth on his body, and the javelin in his hand was wrapped in thunder and lightning. Then, the spear pierced through Cryopteris' head with a thunderous force. The female Cryopteris fell to the ground. Sulen took a deep breath. The lightning on his body had faded. It was not easy to kill 2 Cryopteris in a row. These urone had high damage. If Sulen was not careful, he would be injured. The male Cryopteris was also very cunning. If it was not for his quick reaction, he would have been severely injured by the pterosaur's full-force wing attack. Sulen took out the spear and the spear that was buried in the skull. He used ice to freeze the corpses. He did not have time to deal with the 2 pterosaur corpses. Although the battle was short, it had attracted the attention of the other Cryopteris. At this time, 2 more Cryopteris were flying towards him. Behind them, 2 more Cryopteris were approaching. Without stopping, Sulen quickly jumped off the platform and ran back to where he came from. Facing 4 Cryopteris at once was very stressful for Sulen. After killing 2 Cryopteris in a row, Sulen gained a lot of experience. However, he was still some distance away from leveling up to 21. After seeing Sulen rushing over, Hathaway stared at the Cryopteris in the sky, ready to attack at any time. Thunder Lightning Spear. The violent power of thunder and lightning instantly erupted from his body, and an energy field appeared around him. Even on this mountain peak that was thousands of meters high, the perennial wind and snow stopped. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time, illuminating the dusky sky. The 2 Cryopteris circled in the sky and then swooped down towards Sulen. The wind and snow they brought with them formed small whirlwinds in the sky. Frost Breath. Frost Breath. When they were about 10 meters away from Sulen, the 2 Cryopteris spat out a wave of extremely cold frost at the same time. The temperature of the cliff, which was already very cold, dropped again. Sulen quickly jumped on the cliff. After running for 10 meters on the steep and cold cliff, Sulen finally escaped the range of the frost breath. He raised the javelin in his hand towards the sky. Accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly hit the steel javelin. The bright lightning instantly lit up the entire sky. Under the support of the lightning power, a blue lightning appeared on the steel javelin, and the entire javelin was drawn into a bolt of lightning at this moment. Sensing the terrifying power of the lightning javelin, the 2 Cryopteris swooped down again. Their huge wings stuck close to the cliff and swept over. They were determined to sweep Sulen off the mountain and off the cliff to his death. The violent power of thunder and lightning quickly converged, and the spreading electric snakes ran all over Su Luan's body. Even he felt a little numb, and the lightning brought with it a burning pain. Feeling the violent power of thunder and lightning in his body, a faint electric light appeared in Su Luan's eyes. Dense electric currents flickered around his body, and the javelin in his hand had completely turned into dazzling thunder and lightning. Lightning javelin throw. Su Luan instantly threw out the lightning javelin that had reached its limit. The two Cryopteris were very close. Su Luan could even clearly see the pieces of flesh hanging from their white sharp teeth. A dazzling bolt of lightning appeared and instantly flew towards the Cryopteris that was slightly in front. Rumble. A bolt of lightning exploded in midair. The roar of thunder instantly covered all other sounds. In the dazzling lightning, the lightning javelin instantly hit the frost Quetzalcoatlus. The violent power of lightning exploded out of thin air. The hit Cryopteris was directly wrapped in lightning. Even the nearby Cryopteris was affected. The violent lightning exploded in an instant. The hit Cryopteris did not have the slightest ability to resist. Under the effect of inertia, it directly hit the hard mountain, rolled down, and finally was blocked by a few rocks. However, the Cryopteris was already dead. There was a terrible bloody hole in its body, and the surrounding dragon's skin was scorched black. The other Cryopteris was affected. One of its wings was scorched black, and its body was stiff. It struggled in midair, trying to fly away. Chapter 115. Fireball. An orange-red fireball the size of a basketball suddenly appeared and flew directly towards the injured Cryopteris. The Cryopteris, which had not fully recovered from its paralysis, had no time to dodge and was hit by the fireball. Boom! As a cold Euron, their resistance to fire spells was very low. Although Fireball was a level 3 evocation spell, it was the most powerful low-level spell. Many level 4 spells were not necessarily comparable to it. Otherwise, the Five Fires sect would not have emerged. The orange-red fireball exploded after hitting the Cryopteris. The scorching flames instantly caused serious damage to the Cryopteris. The Cryopteris, which was barely flying, was directly hit by the fireball. Its huge body fell from the sky and hit the cold rock with a bang. Ice and gravel flew everywhere, and blood slowly flowed out under its body. The Cryopteris cried out a few times, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. It seemed that it would not live for long. Before Su Luan could catch his breath, the other two Cryopteris had attacked again. The death of their companion made them even angrier, and because of the previous battle, they were very vigilant against Su Luan's javelins. The biggest advantage of the Cryopteris was not their powerful dragon breath, but their ability to fly. With the ability to fly, they had the opportunity to attack and retreat. The best way to kill them was to make them lose their ability to fly. The two Cryopteris took turns to attack Su Luan. Every time Su Luan was about to throw his javelins at one of them, the other Cryopteris would immediately attack him. If Su Luan insisted on attacking, it was very likely that he would be severely injured by the claws or wings of the other Cryopteris. The two Cryopteris cooperated very well, which gave Su Luan a headache. He wanted Hathaway to launch a sneak attack, but the two Cryopteris were very vigilant. Cryopteris, who could fly, would have a high chance of dodging the fireball if he couldn't sneak an attack. Hathaway had tried it once before. However, there was still a solution. A few pieces of rock and ice hit his face, causing him a slight pain. Su Luan dodged the Cryopteris's wings again and continued to dodge. Spells like Flame Arrow or Scorching Ray could be used to attack, but they weren't very effective against First Circle spells. Haste. Cat's Grace. Bear's Endurance. Elemental Resistance. Several spiritual lights entered Su Luan's body in succession, which improved his already sensitive body again. Even if he was walking on the smooth and steep rock wall, he could now walk on it as if it were flat ground. The two Cryopteris were very cunning. They cooperated with each other to exhaust Su Luan's stamina. In such a steep and cold environment, a fierce battle would consume a lot of stamina. Once Sullen's stamina ran out, the two Cryopteris would swarm him and tear him apart. Sulen took out another chain from his storage space. The two ends of the chain were connected to two metal balls. They were specially made by Sulen to disrupt the balance of the Cryopteris. Compared to the javelins, the chain balls were almost useless, but they could disrupt the balance of the Cryopteris. Compared to the javelins, the chain balls had a much larger attack range and were harder to dodge. Soon, the two Cryopteris swooped down again. Sulen rolled away and threw the chain in his hand. He jumped up again and dodged the attack of the other Cryopteris. Life and death were decided in this moment. The Cryopteris swooped down on Sulen. He had no room to dodge. Suppressing the soreness in his muscles, Sulen took a deep breath and rolled back along the ground. The hard and cold rocks hit his body, causing him pain. When the ice Quetzalcoatl saw the chain coming towards it, it flapped its wings and adjusted its direction to avoid it. But this time, it miscalculated. Sulen pulled the other side of the chain in his hand and shook it slightly to change the direction of the chain ball. Then the chain wrapped around the ice Quetzalcoatl again. After loosening the chain, the adjusted chain hit the long and narrow neck of the ice Quetzalcoatl. Under the effect of inertia, the chain wrapped around the ice Quetzalcoatl's right wing and upper claws. Although it was only one round, it was a big problem for the ice Quetzalcoatl. As it flapped its wings, the two heavy chains began to sway around irregularly, which seriously affected the ice Quetzalcoatl's flying state. The ice Quetzalcoatl, which could fly freely, suddenly became like a baby eagle that had just learned how to fly, wobbling. After wrapping the chain around the Cryopteris, Sulen ignored the pterosaur because the other pterosaur was about to attack him. A steel spear appeared in his hand in an instant. He blocked the pterosaur's sharp claws with a horizontal sweep. Then, he used the momentum to dodge the pterosaur's wings. Fireball. While Sulen was fighting with the other Cryopteris, Hathaway immediately attacked the pterosaur whose flying ability was greatly reduced. Cryopteris, whose flying ability was greatly reduced because of the chain, watched in horror as the fireball hit its wings. With a shrill cry, Cryopteris fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the cold rocks. No one knew if it was dead or alive. The Cryopteris that was fighting with Sulen realized that all its companions were dead. It spat a breath of ice at Sulen and flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. However, it was already too late. Faced with the bone-chilling frost breath, Sulen had no intention of dodging. After activating Bear's tenacity and elemental resistance, the frost breath's power had weakened significantly. He could now take it head-on. Thunder Lightning Spear. A violent power of thunder and lightning gushed out of his body. Bolts of lightning jumped in the sky and then directly hit the spear in Sulen's right hand. The 3-meter-long spear flashed with lightning in an instant, and the violent lightning kept jumping. Even Sulen couldn't bear such a powerful electric current. Sulen endured the burning sensation of the lightning, looked at the panicked ice Quetzalcoatl, and threw it at it with all his might. Thunder Spear Throw. The powerful force tore the surrounding air apart. The lightning spear was like a flash of lightning, and then it ruthlessly pierced into the back of the ice Quetzalcoatl. The 3-meter-long spear almost completely sank into its body. The dazzling lightning burst out, and the escaping ice Quetzalcoatl let out a sorrowful cry. It fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. P.S. Thank you to Heavy Dragon Knight for the tip of 200 coins. Thank you to Gue Hong for the tip of 200 coins. Thank you to Chang Ease Ho E for the tip of 100 coins. Thank you to Traceless Immortal Dragon for the tip of 888 coins. Thank you to Loneliness for the tip of 100 coins. Chapter 116. Ding! Congratulations host, you have killed Cryopteris and completed the Territory Guard quest. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. You have completed the Territory Guard quest. You have obtained 10,000 experience points and +1 to all attributes. You have killed Cryopterus and gained 15 peace of mind and 15 stability in your territory. Congratulations host, you and your hero Hathaway have killed 6 Cryopterus. You have obtained 60,000 experience points. Congratulations host, you have leveled up. You have obtained 2 skill points and 2 free attribute points. A golden treasure chest. Congratulations host, you have broken through LV20 and reached LV21. You have broken through the limits of mortals and stepped into the realm of legends. Congratulations host, you have broken through to the realm of legends. Your storage space has expanded to 10 cubic meters. If you want to increase it further, please explore on your own. Your advanced sturdy and advanced tenacity have evolved into legendary sturdy and legendary tenacity. You have obtained a skill fusion point, legendary. You have obtained partial information about the legendary ability, Thunder Domain. You have obtained partial information about the legendary ability, Lightning Control. You have killed Cryopterus. You have obtained the title, Dragon Slayer, your own. Dragon Slayer, as someone who has killed the most powerful dragon-type creature in this world, you have an even stronger deterrent force. Your name has begun to spread across the continent. Fame +2. Su Len felt the surging power in his body. After breaking through to the realm of legends, he could clearly feel that his power had increased once again. In the depths of his soul, a spark of lightning appeared. Su Len's soul instantly came to a magical place. It was an ocean that contained endless power. All kinds of power mixed together and emitted a shocking power. These powers were filled with violent power. It was like chaos. Su Len was like a small drop of water here. Su Len's soul underwent some strange changes under this powerful power. His originally blurry soul became much clearer. There seemed to be no concept of time or space here. Su Len didn't know how long he stayed here. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps it was tens of thousands of years. Then his soul instantly left this space and returned to his body. Looking at the cold snowflake in his hand, Su Len knew that only a moment had passed. Feeling the power in his body, Su Len found that the violent power of thunder had become much gentler. It was also much smoother to control, and the previous feeling had disappeared. The original advanced sturdy and advanced tenacity were upgraded to legendary sturdy and legendary tenacity. Legendary sturdy had 2 more points than advanced sturdy and 2 more points, and legendary tenacity. Legendary tenacity. After a long period of training and battle, your body has surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. You have gained stronger vitality. Normal attacks will reduce damage to you by 100%. Permanent increase of health points by 100%. Increase of health points by 100%. Increase of health points by 100%. At the same time, you have gained elemental resistance. All elemental attacks will be reduced by 20%. Magic resistance +20. With the legendary tenacity talent, Su Len's defense had reached a ridiculous level. In addition to elemental resistance and magic resistance, he would have no problem taking on normal spells. He could even try taking a bath in lava. Advancing to legendary wasn't a simple matter of stacking data. Although data was important, it was more important to start touching the power of laws. He had a deeper understanding of the power of thunder. Originally, he thought that he was very familiar with the control and use of thunder. However, after touching the power of laws, he realized how crude he used this power in the past. Many times, he would waste a lot of unnecessary power. After feeling the power in his body, Su Len began to collect the spoils of war. After becoming a legendary, he still needed time to familiarize himself with the power he gained. The corpses of Cryopterus in front of him had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Although Cryopterus was a Euron, as long as it was related to dragons, all kinds of materials would become very valuable. Hathaway also ran out from the gap where she was hiding. She jumped up from afar and threw herself into Su Len's arms. She pushed Sulen back a few steps and sat on a rock. Seeing the bloodstains on Sulen's body, Hathaway became nervous. She touched his body with her small white hands. "You're hurt." "Okay, I'm fine. This blood belongs to the Cryopteris." Sulen grabbed Hathaway's small hands. If she continued to touch him, he would lose control. This place was cold and not a good place. He still liked to go back and sleep on the blanket. Seeing that Sulen was fine, she was relieved. Then, she let out a cheer and ran to the corpse of a Cryopteris. Sulen tidied up his tight clothes and walked over. So many Cryopteris, so many magic materials. I'm rich, I'm rich." Sulen walked to Hathaway's side and found that she was touching Cryopteris wings and muttering to herself. Her eyes were shining with the light that belonged to Kinnar. Sulen realized for the first time that this girl was a money grubber. "Wake up, your saliva is freezing." Sulen pinched Hathaway's delicate little face and teased her. "What?" Hathaway subconsciously wiped the corners of her mouth with her hand, and then realized, "You lied to me." Then she was ready to fight with Sulen. Sulen reached out his hand and pressed Hathaway's head. Hathaway, who was squatting on the ground, could not stand up at all. Her two arms were swinging back and forth as if she was swimming. As a wizard, her strength was no match for Sulen, who was in human form. "Okay, stop fooling around. It's getting late. We have to get rid of these Cryopteris quickly. The value of these corpses will decrease if we delay any longer." "Humph, I'll remember this. I'll deal with you when we get back," Hathaway said angrily. Sulen laughed in his heart. "You want to deal with me? You've become arrogant after a few days of not fighting. When we get back, I'll let you have a taste of my advanced plasma cannon." Cryopteris corpses were very valuable. The smallest of these Cryopteris had a wingspan of 15 meters, and the largest was 18 meters. It was basically impossible to transport all of them back. Sulen's storage space was only 10 cubic meters. There was no way he could fit so many Cryopteris corpses. Hathaway also had a few storage items on her, but they still could not fit all of these big guys. She could only disassemble these corpses and throw away the worthless and low-value parts. She could only bring back the valuable parts. P.S. Cryopteris attributes: Cryopteris, Euron, Grade 4, Gregarious, Monster Level, 17. Strength, 28, Will, 10, Vitality, 25, Agility, 15, Charm, 12. Skills: Dive, Dragon's Bite, Frost Breath, Dragon's Wing Strike. Talents: Advanced Strength, Advanced Tenacity, Dragon's Skin, Frost Resistance, Dragon's Bloodline, Flight, Poison Resistance. Difficulty, B+. Chapter 117. Cryopteris didn't have dragon scales, but its skin was still very tough. Dragon skin was an important material for making rare leather armor. It was even better than the Gale tiger skin. Hathaway had already decided to use these dragon skins to make a dragon skin robe for herself. Of course, this would have to wait until she became an advanced wizard. The dragon skin robe needed to use the softest and most magically conductive skin of these pterosaurs. Pterosaur meat couldn't be eaten directly. Pterosaur meat was poisonous. Ordinary people would be poisoned to death if they ate it. It needed a special method to neutralize the poison. After neutralizing the poison, the dragon meat tasted good and could improve one's physical fitness. In fact, many demon beast meat in this world had this effect. Those nobles only ate, drank, and played all day long, and didn't train hard, but most of them could become knights or trainee knights. In addition to good training, professional mentors, excellent breathing techniques, and long-term consumption of various kinds of demon beast meat. Long-term consumption of demon beast meat made their body much stronger than ordinary people. With professional training and excellent breathing techniques, as long as they were not too useless, it was not too difficult to activate their life energy and become a knight when they reached adulthood. However, it was very difficult for ordinary people. Knight training required a lot of meat, and ordinary people couldn't afford to feed a knight. Most of them could only rely on the nobles and become their servants. Su Len took out a skinning knife and began to skin the Cryopterus. Because of the previous battle, many parts of the dragon's skin were damaged. Those damaged parts could only be thrown away. The dragon's skin on the wings was not suitable for making leather armor. Those parts were more suitable for making blank scrolls. The most valuable part was the heart, which was an important material for making lesser dragon blood potions. As for the other organs, they could also be used as alchemy materials. The dragon blood could be made into magic ink and used to make scrolls. Among them, there was also the dragon penis, which was the favorite of the nobles. This thing was very popular among the human nobles. With all the bits and pieces added up, one pterosaur could earn about 20,000 kinnar. It was a little troublesome to deal with the Cryopterus. It took Su Len a lot of effort to divide up the 6 ice pterosaurs. There were only a few Cryopterus corpses and some worthless items left. Su Len's 10 cubic meters storage space had been completely filled. Even Hathaway's spatial equipment had been filled. Su Len felt his heart ache when he saw that there were still some low-value materials on the ground that could not be taken away. Apart from the corpses of the pterosaurs, they found a total of 13 Cryopterus eggs in the 3 nests. Su Len used a piece of dragon skin to make a simple net to hold it. The storage space was unable to store living things. If these winged dragon eggs were placed inside, they would quickly become dead eggs. The price of a dragon egg that could hatch a pterosaur was not bad. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had a way to tame a dragon. Apart from the drows in the Underdark, the best taming method was the wizards. It was very easy for the drows in the Underdark to tame a dragon. They just needed to find a male pure-blood dragon. It could be said that the drows in the Underdark were very similar to the succubi and lustful demons. Su Len planned to tame a few pterosaurs. When they grew up, they would not only be powerful, but they would also be very good as mounts. In addition to these dragon eggs, there were some kinnar and some damaged things in the nests of the pterosaurs. They were probably left behind by the pterosaurs or by the hot-blooded young men who came here to be dragon slayers. These things were of average value. It was the nature of the dragons to collect wealth, and the same was true for these Euron. Su Len also found some nugget gold, crystal agate, and some gemstones in these nests. As for obtaining a huge amount of wealth by slaying a dragon, it was only possible to attack the true dragons that had lived for hundreds of years. However, not many people dared to do this and came back alive. There were not many things, so they could be put in a bag made of dragon skin. After packing up everything that could be taken away, Su Len was ready to leave with Hathaway. After dissecting the pterosaur's corpse, the place was filled with the smell of blood. The strong smell of blood would attract other predators. Although Su Len was not afraid of them, it was better to have less meaningless fights. A few vultures and other creatures were circling in the sky. These animals were drooling over the pterosaur's flesh, but because of the smell left behind by Su Len and the pterosaurs, they did not dare to come down. However, they could not endure for long. Seeing Su Len's bloody and dirty body, Hathaway frowned in disgust. Then she snapped her fingers, and a light flashed. All the flesh and filth on Su Len's body was cleaned up. Although many of the Zero Circle spells were not lethal, they were very useful. After cleaning up, Su Len grabbed Hathaway's slender waist with one hand and carried the dragon's skin bag with the other. He jumped off the cliff. The biting cold wind whistled past their ears. Hathaway shouted excitedly. Fortunately, this was not a snowy mountain. Otherwise, such a shout could easily cause an avalanche. After using fly and featherfall, Su Len and Hathaway flew directly from the Sierra de Lotus to the foot of the mountain. The feeling of bungee jumping at high altitudes was amazing. After arriving, the two were not in a hurry to leave. Firstly, it was not early. Secondly, they had just experienced a fierce battle. Although they were not injured, they were mentally exhausted. After finding a rock wall to shelter from the wind, Sulen used the petrified mud to make a small house. They would stay there for the night. After putting down the things, Hathaway began to prepare food. Sulen then opened the system list to check his rewards. He had obtained 2 gold treasure chests from this mission. Sulen opened both of them. 2 lights flashed, and the system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Floating Lightning Array. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item Reinforcement Order. Floating Lightning Array. After use, 8 lightning balls can be summoned around the body. The lightning balls can move according to the host's command. They will also cause lightning damage of 2 to 5 strength to surrounding enemies. There is also a chance of paralyzing enemies. Reinforcement Order, a special magic item created by the system's skill, Ambush Array series, after combining with the laws of this world. Can be used to summon a team of soldiers. Can be used in both non-combat and combat situations. Uses: 1/1. After spending 1 skill point to learn the Floating Lightning Array, the lightning energy in Sulen's body became more active. Ding! Detected that the host has some information about the Thunder Lightning Spear, Floating Lightning Array, Lightning Domain, and Lightning Mastery. Can be fused to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? As soon as he learned the Floating Lightning Array, the system's voice rang in his mind. Sulen was pleasantly surprised when he heard it. After confirming with the system, he agreed to the fusion. Chapter 118. Beginning Skill Fusion. Fusion requires 1 skill fusion point, legendary, and 4 skill points. Do you agree? Agree. Fusion begins. As soon as Sulen agreed, his vision turned black. In the next second, his soul once again appeared in the strange space that he entered when he was advancing to legendary. Sulen's soul felt the endless power in this space. Once again facing the rules of this world, his soul gained more benefits. The faint lightning symbol in his soul also became clearer. Just as he wanted to understand it further, an irresistible force sent him back into his body. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have received Thunder Territory, Basic. Thunder Territory, Basic. You have preliminary control over the power of lightning. When you use lightning power again, it will be more powerful. You are immune to normal lightning damage. Lightning Absorption, Basic. You can absorb any form of lightning attack, as well as electricity from the outside world. The absorbed lightning power can strengthen your next attack or be converted into your energy. Note: you cannot exceed the absorption limit. Thunder Territory, after consuming a large amount of energy, you can create a world of lightning within 15 meters of yourself. All people or monsters that enter this area will be damaged by lightning. In this territory, your skills and strength will be increased by 100%. At the same time, all of Sulen's lightning skills disappeared. However, he could still use them now. Moreover, the energy consumption was reduced by half, but the power was increased. It could be said that after mastering the Thunder Territory, Sulen could be considered a true legendary. He opened the attribute panel and added the remaining free attribute points to his strength. His strength broke through 40 points and reached 42 points. Name: Sulen, Legendary, Race, Human Level, LV 21, 2685441000, Strength, 42 Agility, 31 Spirit, 26 Vitality, 32 Charm, 20 Command, 73 Characteristics, Talent Valiant, Thunderbolt, Pegasus, Legendary Sturdy, Legendary Tenacity, Calm, Elemental Affinity, High Lightning Affinity, Iron Will, Body Hardening, Beast Face Armor, Skills, Dark Ice Slash, Physical Healing, Life Healing, Red Flame, Forbidden Magic, Mechanical Control, Stone to Mud, Morale Boost, Basic, Earth Spring Sure Kill Skills, Revolving. Cherry, Master, Heroic, Master, Torrential Rain, Advanced, Chaotic Dance, Beginner, Weapon Proficiency, Swordsmanship 160, Spearmanship 205, Archery 102, Throwing 96, Horsemanship 145, Thunder and Lightning Domain, Basic, Omitted, Free Attribute Points, 0, Skill Points, 0. Su Len opened his eyes, and a bolt of lightning flashed across his eyes. The room didn't change much compared to before. The sky outside was dark, and Hathaway had already made a bonfire. She was humming an unknown tune as she cooked food. She didn't notice anything different about Su Len. A faintly discernible fragrance wafted out from the pot. Grumble. Sullen's stomach grumbled. Hee. Hathaway looked at Su Len, who was a little embarrassed. You must be hungry. Wait a moment, we'll be able to eat soon. Hathaway was cooking a type of dry food that Su Len had made before. It was a mixture of potato starch, oil, vegetables, meat, salt, and sugar. It could be eaten directly or boiled in water. It tasted pretty good. At the very least, the barbarians liked it. This was a type of dry food that Su Len had made based on his knowledge from his previous life. However, he had only made a small portion of it. It wasn't that the dry food wasn't good enough, but it was just too expensive to make. The barbarians were all gluttons, and each one could eat more than the other. Su Len had only made it twice before stopping. Other than the barbarians eating most of it, the rest was stored in the Lord's castle's warehouse. Although the dry food tasted pretty good, Su Len didn't want to let himself suffer. He was already a dragon slayer, so it wasn't too much to eat dragon meat. Wait a moment. Let's have a dragon feast today. Su Len took out a piece of Cryopterus tenderloin from his storage space. This part of the meat was tender, nutritious, and tasted the best. First, he used water to wash the blood out. Then, he added some neutralizing agents. With Sullen's current physique, these toxins were completely ineffective. However, Hathaway couldn't do the same. After neutralizing the toxins, Su Len purposely went outside to get some bird eggs. He wrapped the cut dragon tenderloin in bird egg white. If there was no starch, he replaced it with dry food. This way, he didn't need to add salt. Then, he poured some oil on it and fried it on the pan. As an experienced foodie in the foodie empire, although the conditions were poor and he could only find substitutes for many things, he could still make a delicious meal. Animal fat was more fragrant than vegetable oil. The smell of frying was very tempting. The dragon tenderloin wrapped in egg white and starch slowly turned golden. The oil sizzled, and a tempting fragrance wafted out from the tenderloin. Okay, it's ready to eat. Try it first. Su Len picked up a piece of cooked tenderloin with chopsticks and put it on a stone tray. At the same time, he passed a pair of chopsticks to Hathaway. Hathaway was very curious about this novel tableware. Then, she picked up the chopsticks and used it like Su Len. However, as she had just started using chopsticks, she didn't know how to use them. She spent a lot of effort and still couldn't pick up the piece of fried dragon tenderloin. Su Len, on the other hand, picked up a piece of golden tenderloin with his chopsticks and ate it happily. Bang! Seeing that Su Len was eating happily, but she couldn't pick it up, Hathaway angrily slammed her chopsticks on the table. Then, she snapped her fingers and summoned a magician's hand to grab it. Hathaway, a lady shouldn't use her hands. Su Len put down his chopsticks and laughed in his heart. Let me teach you how to use chopsticks. As he spoke, Su Len held Hathaway's little hand and taught her how to use chopsticks. It wasn't difficult to use chopsticks, and Hathaway learned it very quickly. Then, she picked up the dragon tenderloin and ate it quickly. Wow, it smells so good. It's so delicious. Hathaway's beautiful eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. Eavesdropping on other people's conversations isn't a good thing, Su Len said to the outside after swallowing a piece of tenderloin. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that the food you guys made is too fragrant. A short man about 1.3 meters tall appeared at the door. Although he wasn't tall, he wasn't a child. He was small and wore a brown shirt with 2 short swords on his waist. He also wore a brown hat and there was some hair on the back of his hands. It was obvious that he was a halfling wanderer. P.S. Thanks to Chung Yi's family's Ho-E, heavy armored dragon rider, 200 Chidian coins as a reward. Thanks to Serene Blue Fireworks S, saying loneliness to loneliness, asking the clear sky with a pen, summoner of all things, troubled old waste, 100 Chidian coins as a reward. Thanks to Longxian 500 Chidian coins as a reward. Thank you to Xiangzhua. Thank you to 1607101921111128 for the 2000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to the Sleepy Xiong Shuyu for the 5000 Chidian coins tip. Fu Meng thanks. Chapter 120. Halflings were a rare and popular race. They lived in the Shire Mountains in the north. They were not tall, but every halfling was a gourmet. These little fellows were naturally optimistic and loved to travel. Most travelers liked to meet them. A halfling? Su Len raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Hi. Hello, can you give me some food to try? The halfling waved at Su Len. Hathaway looked at the halfling with a smile. It was her first time seeing this race. In the northern wasteland, any place with lush weeds could hide him. If he did not jump, others would not be able to see him. No wonder they became wanderers. This was their talent. Su Len nodded in agreement. The halfling walked into the stone room as if he was familiar with the place. His footsteps were light and agile. It seemed that he was not weak. He walked lightly to the bonfire and said with a smile, "It is really the blessing of the goddess of luck. I have been walking alone in the northern wasteland for many days. Finally, I can take a rest. Hello, friendly traveler. Hello, honorable witch." The halfling greeted her and then introduced himself. "My name is Frodo, Frodo Wine Aglas. I am a gourmet who has traveled around the world. I am very happy to meet you here." Hathaway was very curious about the halfling. She looked at him with her big round eyes. Frodo was not angry. He looked at Hathaway with a smile and even winked mischievously. He then pretended to be hungry and said, "Honorable witch, can you take pity on me, a halfling who has not eaten well for the whole day? Can you give me something to eat? I am starving to death." "Hee hee, here you go." Hathaway laughed softly. She then took out a plate and a pair of chopsticks and handed them over. This little girl had learned bad things. After handing over the chopsticks, she did not intend to teach him how to use them. Instead, she looked like she was watching a show. Frodo was a little confused about the chopsticks, but he could not care less about the delicious food. He grabbed the chopsticks and tried to pick up the fried tenderloin, but he failed after a few tries. "All right, Hathaway." Glancing at Hathaway who could not hold back her laughter, Su Len shook his head and picked up the chopsticks to show Frodo how to use the chopsticks. As a rogue, Frodo's fingers were very nimble. After only looking at it twice, he had successfully learned how to use chopsticks. He was much better than Hathaway. Frodo picked up a piece of pan-fried dragon tenderloin with his chopsticks and bit into it impatiently. Then, he savored the delicacy with a look of enjoyment. Halflings were a very optimistic race. They liked good food, tobacco, and wine. They also liked to party and hated boredom. They were a race that was naturally optimistic. Unlike the stubborn dwarves, halflings were gentle. Of course, they were also very curious and clever. They received the favor of many gods and were also a race that respected the gods. They were much more pious than humans. Even if they were facing some weak gods, they would still express their respect. Halflings loved good food, so many of them would travel around the world. These small people were naturally very agile. In addition, they were thin and small. Compared to humans, they were natural-born rogues. They relied on their powerful ability to escape from danger. They showed courage and curiosity that other races could not compare to. Of course, these small people also liked money. However, they were different from the misers. They also liked to spend money. As rogues, these small people often did some petty theft. At the same time, they liked to use their own cleverness to solve problems, such as playing tricks on the hotel bill. In most cases, these small people could easily gain the favor of other races. Of course, even if they encountered bad people, they could easily escape with their agile skills. Halflings were the kind of race that didn't make big mistakes, but had a lot of small habits. They liked good food, tobacco, and wine. They didn't have their own country. In their homeland, these halflings lived in villages. They were protected by the halfling guardian goddess, Yodala. She was an ancient great god with great divine power. The halflings had been living under her protection for countless years. Their strong curiosity often led them to do some suicidal acts. This race often appeared in epics and legends. They were often the good companions of the protagonists in the stories. They were excellent rogues who helped the protagonists to complete their tasks. Basically, every halfling was a chef. It was very popular to have someone who was proficient in scouting, traps, stealing, and cooking in the team. Of course, in addition to these, the halflings also liked to boast. Because they had traveled to many places, these halflings were very knowledgeable. So, it was often seen that some halflings would boast about their experiences to others. Wow, it's so delicious. Frodo swallowed the fried dragon tenderloin and kept describing it with all kinds of praises. This is the first time I've seen such a cooking method. Although the materials used are very simple, I have to say, the food is great. This tableware is also very novel. It's very convenient to make, and it's more flexible than a fork. You're the best human cook I've ever seen. Really, I swear. Frodo, did you come to the northern wasteland to travel? Sulan asked curiously. Of course. Frodo swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, I came here to look for spices. Last time, I met a caravan, and the caravan accidentally got some spices. I bought them to try cooking, and they tasted very good. But when I wanted to buy more, the merchant didn't have any more. In the end, he said that he bought them from someone else. According to that person, they found them in the northern wasteland. So you came to the northern wasteland alone to look for spices? Sulan looked at the halfling speechlessly. Of course. Isn't this delicious spices worth the risk? Frodo said with conviction. Sulan didn't know if other people would do that, but he knew that these halflings would really do that. By the way, what kind of meat are we eating? How come I've never eaten it before? Frodo suddenly asked. You're in luck. This is the tenderloin of Cryopteris. How does it taste? Sulan said with a smile. This is dragon meat. Frodo looked at Sulan in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Sulan shrugged. Of course. Don't you feel the energy in your body? Eating dragon meat can improve your body's quality. It's really dragon meat. Frodo looked at Sulan and Hathaway in surprise. Did you slay a dragon? Chapter 121. It's just a Euron. Sulan nodded. Euron is also a dragon. Frodo exclaimed excitedly. His expression was as if he had slain a dragon. I can't believe I'm eating with a dragon slayer. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Can you tell me how you killed that ferocious Cryopteris? Sulan realized that apart from enjoying good food, tobacco, and wine, these halflings were also very talkative. Ever since he came here, he had not stopped talking even when it was time to eat fried tenderloin. Sulan had no choice but to edit out the details of how he had slain the dragon and tell it to Frodo as a story. Frodo was obviously very satisfied with the story. Since Sulan had become a legendary, his appetite had increased again. With the addition of a halfling, the food he had prepared this time was obviously not enough. When he took out another piece of dragon tenderloin, Frodo volunteered to show off the halfling's cooking skills. As the race with the best cooking skills on the continent, Sulen was also very interested in the halfling's cooking skills. He agreed without hesitation. Frodo first took out a few jars and mushrooms from his pocket. I picked these up in the forest today. I've tasted them, and they taste very good. After adding spring water to the pot, Frodo put the mushrooms and some wild vegetables into the pot to boil the soup. He then carefully opened the jars. The jars were filled with powders made from various spices, some of which he did not recognize. These are the spices I was talking about. I came to the northern wasteland to look for these spices. Frodo picked up a small jar and opened it. He then carefully poured out a small pile of spices the size of a fingernail. It's just a small jar. It cost me 500 kinnar. But fortunately, my luck is not bad. Under the protection of the goddess, I finally found these spices. I don't have to worry about not having enough of them in the future. Sulen was also very interested in the spices that fascinated the halfling. As soon as the spices were poured out, Sulen smelled a familiar scent. Wasn't this cumin? It turned out that the halfling had come to the northern wasteland to look for cumin. While Sulen was still in shock, the halfling began to prepare the roast meat. Soon, a rich meat aroma wafted out, and the halfling began to sprinkle various spices evenly on the surface of the loin meat. All right, have a taste of my cooking. Frodo passed the roasted tenderloin to Sulen. Sulen took it and shared half with Hathaway. Then, Sulen began to taste the halfling's cooking. Sulen had to admit that halflings were really good at cooking. Although the conditions were simple, the tenderloin roasted by Frodo tasted delicious, especially after adding cumin. Sulen ate a few pieces in a row. It could be said that this was the most delicious meal he had ever eaten since he came to this world. It could already be compared to some of the chefs in his previous world. Hathaway's belly bulged. She pouted her red lips, which made Sulen want to take a bite. Frodo was also happy that his food was recognized. After the three of them finished their dinner, they had a bowl of mushroom and vegetable soup. Although they were in the wilderness, the dinner was very sumptuous. After the meal, Sulen opened up another room in the stone room, and the three of them went to rest. After eating Cryopteris meat, Hathaway and Frodo's bodies felt a wave of energy slowly strengthening their physique. Sulen's physique was already very strong, and the Euron meat could no longer increase his physique. However, it could slightly increase his resistance to the cold. As the last wave of energy slowly merged into his body and disappeared, the system's voice rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host. After the battle with Cryopteris and bathing in the dragon's blood, your resistance to the cold has increased. Finally, after eating Cryopteris meat, your resistance to the cold has reached a critical point. You will be able to adapt to most cold climates, and your resistance to special cold climates has increased. When you are attacked by all ice spells or similar spells, as well as attacks with ice effects, your damage will be reduced by 5 points. You have received the talent, Lesser Ice Resistance. After Sulen received the talent, Lesser Ice Resistance, Hathaway and Frodo received the effect of +2 in strength and +1 in physique. This kind of increase in attributes would only occur when eating the meat for the first time. After eating the meat again, it would at most increase some temporary effects or the talent, Lesser Ice Resistance. There were many restrictions on the increase in attributes of the meat. Other than the fact that it could not be eaten multiple times, if the user's attributes were already very high and exceeded the range of the food, the user could only taste the meat to recover their energy. Hathaway's physique and strength were not high. As a wizard, close combat had always been her weakness. Now, she had consciously trained her close combat ability. The next day, Sulen woke up to a tempting fragrance. He lowered his head and looked at Hathaway in his arms. She was curled up on his chest like a kitten. He then pinched her little face. After a simple wash, he walked out of the stone room. You're awake. Come and try my secret fresh fish soup. Frodo called out enthusiastically. The Cryopteris meat last night had brought him a lot of benefits. Although halflings were born with great agility, their strength was also not high. When a human reached adulthood, their strength could reach 8 points, but halflings could only reach 6 points. It smells so good. Hathaway, who was still sleepy, immediately woke up after smelling the fish. Beautiful witch, come and try the breakfast prepared by the gourmet Frodo. Frodo took out the cutlery and began to distribute the food. In addition to the delicious fish soup, Frodo also collected some wild fruits and a jar of honey in the wild. It had to be said that halflings really put in a lot of effort to eat. They could eat so much in the wild. The gourmet Frodo's destination was the south of Florence. He even wanted to go to the sea to try some of the local delicacies. Basically, all halfling gourmets would travel around the world. Sulen invited him to his territory as a guest. To be honest, Sulen also wanted this gourmet to teach the chefs in his castle. The chef slaves bought from Cult City were only average. After tasting the cooking skills of the halflings, Sulen suddenly felt that their cooking skills were unacceptable. Frodo immediately accepted Sulen's invitation. After all, it was on the way to Sulen's territory. Sulen also said that his territory had just brewed a new kind of wine. It was too tempting for a halfling who loved good wine. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.